Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malawu Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Truck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
Members, there's a nice loud chatter which reminds me of when we used to return to school after the long summer break, and we were all excited and happy to be back. So I take it that the loud chatter is an indication that as members of Parliament, we're happy to be back. And on that note, therefore, let me welcome you back after what seemed to me like a very short break in August, when we celebrated the 60th year of independence as a very proud nation, a very proud people. And certainly we did celebrate it at the various events that were held. Members, I want to pause very briefly to congratulate 3 members of our House who have been conferred with national honors. Our Deputy House Leader is not here, the Honorable Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange, who I understand from our House Leader this morning is the first female to have been conferred with the Order of Jamaica while sitting as a member of Parliament. I say in her absence, I'm sorry she's not here, but it is well deserved, because Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange has truly served this country with distinction. Other honorees are the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Mr. Everald Warmington, the Honourable Clifford Everald Warmington, and Dr. Maurice Guy, who are both recipients of the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander. And I saw the President just before we came in, and I asked his apologies for me also to just take the liberty of mentioning that the Senator Ransford Braham has also received the Order of Distinction, Distinction in the rank of Commander. So we want to congratulate all our honorees before the start of this session. And that is a bright note on which for us to start the Parliament. However, life is a mix, because before I go any further at all, I would like to, on behalf of all of us as members of Parliament, to express our sympathies to the families involved in what is really an unspeakable tragedy that occurred in Westmoreland on the eve of the new school year. And I am now referring to the untimely passing of the Lang children, 8-year-old Adriano and the 7-year-old twin boys, who are Jordan and Jaden, who perished at their home in Springfield in Westmoreland. Members, we have to pray that her sister, the last time before I got into this house, she was still alive. We pray that she's still alive, that 13-year-old Adriana will, in fact, come through as she battles for her life after this traumatic experience. And I want to assure Mr. Lang that these are not empty words. And he can feel free to reach out to me, and I'm sure all of us in here, as this is not a constituency matter, you can reach across all borders and all boundaries for help as he goes through this difficult period. And House Leader, if you will permit me, the Member of Parliament for it's Westmoreland Western, who has intimate knowledge with this situation, to say a few words at this start here. With your permission, sir. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, is your chamber.
Member from Westmoreland Western.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to, in this House to express how solemn and sad this occasion is. Permission to speak from a seat. That is not my own. Thank you. Thank you, colleague. It is quite a sad occasion, and for the citizens in Springfield, in Westmoreland. And it's a tragedy for the parish. And indeed, I see where it has touched the hearts of many across the island. Yesterday I was called, just like the father was, a lot of people calling, expressing their condolences. And it's unfortunate, as the kids were preparing for school, they actually went to their bed early. That is the backstory, because they wanted to wake up early to go to school. And that's when this unfortunate tragedy occurred. The father needs a lot of support. As Member of Parliament, I continue to support him in whatever way I can through the office. The family is going through a difficult time. And at this moment, you'd want to ask Jamaica to keep them in their prayers. As a God-fearing nation, they really need it at this particular time. And also want to put on record a big thank you to Minister Williams, who journeyed yesterday. It was a big day for the education system and for her ministry. And she took the time out to come down there and express in person her sympathies. And she also activated the various organs of the Ministry of Education. I saw them in operation and at work yesterday. And several of the government agencies were there because, as I said, it touched everyone. The fire brigade, the investigators were there all night. They didn't leave once they arrived. The police officers were there all day as well. So it's something that, it has basically rocked the entire parish of Westmoreland. And I just want to say that, as Member of Parliament, I'll continue to do whatever I can through my office to support the family and the father. And we and the nation would have known that there is the oldest of the children is still alive, and they're trying to get some emergency operation going. So let's just keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
It would be remiss of me also, this happened only just almost yesterday, but even as the children go back to school, the Member of Parliament for South East St. Mary has also experienced a double tragedy in the loss of 2 young lives in his constituency. It was probably about a week and a half or so ago who drowned, and I will also allow him also to say a few words, because when tragedy hits and you have a death, everybody's around, but as it fades, you are left alone to deal with the reality and the pain of the situation. So I'll ask the member from Southeast St. Mary to share a few words with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So as you mentioned, almost 2 weeks ago, we had a very tragic situation in the Jobsville area of the constituency of St. Mary Southeastern, where 2 young girls, one 14 and one 10-year-old, lost their lives in a very almost bizarre incident. And as a Member of Parliament, and I'm sure all of Jamaica, we stand here to offer our words of condolences to the family, Yannick in particular, and the other family members. But I must also say, Madam Speaker, which I've said on many occasions, that sometimes in the darkest hour, we see the outpouring of love by communities. And here in this case, in the Jobsville area, in the Top Leinster area, Seaton area, and the other areas that join in, we saw where the community members, Madam Speaker, came out in their numbers to not only try to find these 2 young girls, but also to be there for the mother, father, and the family. I must also say that it was gratifying to notice that the churches in the area also came out and has offered tremendous counseling services to the family. And I want to pay that level of respect to the community members and the church for their outpouring of love, and shows that the community has stand and will stand with the parents. As a Member of Parliament, I've pledged my support to be with the parents as best as I can, and I've demonstrated that, and I would like the Ousters to recall and to notice that we share in the sympathies, and our condolences are with the family in this very tragic occasion. Thank you very much.
House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to join with you in congratulating the members of both sides of this Honourable House who have been duly and appropriately recognized for their very stellar contribution to the development of this great democracy that we share, but more specifically this great nation that we are so proud of. And I think that it is of particular note, Madam Speaker, that the first female sitting member of this chamber should be awarded the Order of Jamaica on the 60th anniversary of our independence. And equally that the role that she has played in commemorating this milestone was so powerfully and spectacularly done in a manner, Madam Speaker, that befits the excellent Minister of culture that she has been for the last 10 years. And perhaps I would want to say that it also makes her the longest serving Minister of Culture in Jamaica's history. Absolutely true. The members, Clifford Warmington, and Maurice Guy, one from both sides. I'm allowed to do that because it is specific to the contribution that they have made. And whilst the Hansard would not frown on, and Mays in fact wouldn't frown on my reference, I would take note that it indeed the representation of the members reflect their membership rather than their names and reference to themselves as individuals. But to say how very proud we are that we can be among the institutions of this great country that offer men and women who can be cited for selfless, dedicated, and committed service to the people of Jamaica. And we are very proud of both gentlemen and lady today. Madam Speaker, we also want to share with you the pain and agony of the families of those who lost lives in this terrible tragedy, one in a fire and the other through a riverine mishap. We're distressed about it, and we're very pleased that the Parliament offered an opportunity for an expression today so that the families can realize that we share with them in this difficult hour as they face it. Madam Speaker, whilst we are reflecting on lives and contribution, this House also would like to note the passing of perhaps one of the most outstanding, what I call parliamentary technicians that this country has seen. And I think that, Madam Speaker, after the advent of independence, and certainly of all the speakers that we have had since independence, and all the speakers who have had the benefit of passing through the phase of almost 60 years, because Edley Lopez Deans served this Parliament and the parliamentary process for nearly half a century. And it is to be noted that his wasn't an advent into the system at the top. He started as an assistant clerk and worked his way through to become one of the really outstanding clerks of this honourable House, or indeed both houses of Parliament. Madam Speaker, his career spanned 6 decades. He served as assistant clerk of the legislature in 1956. He then served as deputy clerk of the independent parliament from 1968 to 1978 and was appointed clerk of the House in 1978. He retired as clerk of the Houses in 1994 and then went on to serve as a consultant to the Parliament on parliamentary practice and procedures until 2002. In 1982, Mr. Deans was awarded the Order of Distinction in the rank of Commander for his services to Parliament. Indeed, Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that Edley Deans served almost every Prime Minister of Jamaica until his retirement, and even in fact afterwards during his period of consultancy. So he would have served, firstly, the Right Excellent Norman Manley when he was Premier, given that he started in 56. Then he would have served the Most Honourable Sir Alexander Bustamante, who was the first Prime Minister of Jamaica. He would have served also Sir Donald Sangster. He would have served the Most Honourable Hugh Lawson Shearer. He would have served the Most Honourable Michael Manley, the Most Honourable Edward Siaga, the Most Honourable P.J. Pattison. And I tell you, he had influence over the other 3 Prime Ministers that have come after, because they all were in this chamber at some point or other either in the House of Representatives or in the upper house while he served as clerk. Madam Speaker, most of what we have today in terms of the institutional strengthening of Parliament, the capacity that has been provided for us to give the kind of oversight of the executive and to offer solid guidance in terms of how parliamentary proceedings ought to be had, and indeed, Madam Speaker, how we are to give proper account of the stewardship that we have on behalf of the people of Jamaica by way of our constituents. Edley Deans was that guiding hand, and he saw to it that all speakers of the House not only abide by the rules of the game, but understood it, because Edley Deans was himself a walking thesaurus. He was a repository of knowledge and information about not just maize and the practice of maize, but the whole gamut and rudiments of parliamentary democratic practices. We really mourn his passing, and in doing so, we recall well the quality of the contribution that he made to this honorable House. And so, Madam Speaker, in the good tradition, we would want to express our condolences to his extended family, and indeed to his sons and daughters who still are alive, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, because he was blessed with long life, serving the people of this world through that lifespan of 95 years. We think that he batted well. And in the words of St. Paul, he certainly could say he has fought a good fight, he has kept the faith, and indeed has finished his course. So may his soul rest in peace and light eternal shine on him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join you in welcoming back members to this session of our Parliament, and trust that indeed, though it was a short period, we got sufficient rest to enable us to take on the tremendous agenda that is before us. I won't comment on the agenda now, because I'm sure the House Leader will say something about the ensuing period, at which time I would respond. But of course, Madam Speaker, we want to wish our staff, because sometimes we overlook the staff of our Parliament, and wish them well as they undertake this very difficult task in a difficult environment. But we want to thank them for their continued work with us. Madam Speaker, I also am overjoyed with the news that 3 of our colleagues have been recognized by their country and been awarded a member from Central St. Catherine, having been elevated to that high honor of Order of Jamaica, and I think it is well deserved. And I also, on behalf of the opposition, want to signal and single her out for that special achievement. And so too the members, Southwest St. Catherine and Central St. Mary, for having served their country for over 20 years and merit this distinguished honor. Sometimes we don't speak positively enough about our colleagues, and sometimes people believe that we are always at war, but the truth is that we are not, and many of us are friends across the aisle. And though we oppose and though they propose, in the end we are here for the better government of our country, and for the fulfillment of the dreams and aspirations of our people. I also want to place on record our sympathies for the 2 instances that have been cited in Western Westmoreland and in Southeast St. Mary. It's a difficult time for these families. And I know sometimes the expressions here, yes, they will help, but it really doesn't ease the pain that they must be feeling at this time. I don't even know what else we can suggest, because I know that government will assist with defraying some of these costs for burial, but you really can't understand and explain the tragic circumstances, the hurt and pain that the relatives are experiencing it. And I suppose we just have to, in our simple way, express our sympathies, our condolences, and to wish that they be blessed at this time. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the work that the Honourable Headley Deans has performed, has done for this country. It is true that by the time, in fact, I don't believe any member on this side would, oh yes, yes, the member from South St. Catherine would have had a very short period with Mr. Deans. I came in 1995 in the Senate, which was 1 year after he departed formally the Parliament. But when I was leader of government business, we had arranged a consultancy. And indeed, he was very instrumental in those early periods of my own initiation into this role and helped tremendously. I can also say that he helped former Prime Minister, Most Honourable Portia Simpson Miller. In fact, they lived very closely, physically, and they were in close touch over the many years that she served in this Parliament and also as Prime Minister. So I join with the House Leader in extending sympathies to the family and to, in the same way as we always do, invite the House to send this letter of condolences on behalf of us, as I'm sure we will continue to remember Mr. Headley Deans for the tremendous service that he has performed for our country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wish to say thanks to my colleagues who have extended compliments to me for having been awarded or extended the Order of Jamaica Commander Class. Or for distinction, sorry, Commander. I haven't reached there yet. That's the next one. That's the next one. For, as it says, involved in elected politics for 53 years, and having been elected here 7 times. It would not have happened without the support of the people of Southwest St. Catherine. And I must say thanks to them for graciously extending to me that privilege to represent them all this time. And I'm even more grateful, and it has even more significant, that it comes on the 60th anniversary of the independence of Jamaica. And more so on the last term that I was serving this House as representative of Southwest St. Catherine. At my last term, I made it clear that at 70, one should demit and give to young people. Train and prepare young people. I am 70 years this year and do not want to extend beyond this term.
So you're a term limit man.
So, Madam, I'm grateful for the recognition of the service and for being placed in this time. I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Edley Deans. There are 4 of us that came here in 1980 when Edley was Clerk of the House. You had Edley Dean, and Lou Williams then was Deputy Clerk. And those were 2 strong, immense leaders of this House. Today, what I can impart on what I learned as it relates to standing order, based on all the principles of Parliament, I learned at the feet of Edley Deans. Because then we had regular sessions where Jack Smith, as leader of the House, and Edley Dean as clerk, would take us through all the principles of Parliament, procedures, behaviors, and all of those. And I learned all I had from him. Yes, but he didn't teach me to be a lucky and a yes man or a weak man. Okay? So the principles, you answer and they throw a stone. And I'm eternally grateful to Headley and Louis Wilson then that taught us. So all it really had stopped there. When I sometimes say Madam Clerk, when they might stray. When I came back, you have Miss Lewis, then Miss Cook, and now you have the gracious Miss Curtis. Yes. And there are times when I say Madam Clerk, sometimes the clerk might stray. And sometimes the clerk might interfere with the speaker and instruct the speaker. When I say Madam Clerk, it's based on what I learned from Edley Dean as the greatest clerk that this house ever seen. Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to have learned from him. And I can tell you something about Edley. When I was sent into involuntary retirement in 1983, when I said to members that the time that you attend committee meetings, you have to be paid for those. Today, members are only paid for attending our sittings, but not for committee meetings. And Edley called me upstairs and went through the records for all the committees I attended for that term, and he paid me for every single meeting I attended. And I needed it very well then, when I was sent in voluntary retirement, and it came at a time when I needed it most. Therefore, I can never forget the kindness of Edley Deans. I can never forget the consideration of Edley Deans, what he done for me and my family then. So, Madam Speaker, I think the clerk now need to look back to the records as what is deserving for members who attend committee meetings. Since I came back here in 2002, I have never been paid for a committee meeting. And the members who have been here since then have been paid for a committee meeting. I was paid then in the 80s. Therefore, based on the principles that were set then, and procedure that was set then by the Deans, the members who attend committees in 2002 need to be paid for those sessions also. And Madam Speaker, I want to send my deepest condolences to the family at Edley Deans, and we always say, I would always be grateful to him for what he has taught me and what he has done for me and my family. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I know many things are being said at this particular point in time. I just want to thank the members of this honorable House for recognizing the contribution I've made and for expressing it in this Parliament. It is through the people of Central St. Mary why I'm here and I received this award from the government. But also, Madam Speaker, what is important and interesting is that the day of the award will be 20 years and 1 day after I was elected to this House, the 16th of October, 2002, and the award will be made on the 17th of October, 2022, signaling 20 years of contribution to the Parliament and the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, the journey has been very wonderful so far. The interaction with my colleagues on both sides of the House has been very rewarding. I have made many friends on this side and on that side. And, Madam Speaker, it augurs well for our parliamentary process and the fact that even before politics, Madam Speaker, we are human beings and we are people and we respect each other and we create friends. So I just want to say thank you and thank you to the members of this House for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I could not sit here and don't add my words of commendation, recognition for the services of Mr. Honorable Edley Dean. I was one of those In my early period, he was the clerk of the House. A gentleman extraordinaire. The depth of his wisdom, his knowledge on parliamentary procedures and parliamentary practices was enormous. But what was most interesting, Madam Speaker, is that even after he retired, he was engaged as a consultant by the Parliament. But for many years after his retirement, he made himself always available to parliamentarians, including myself, to provide advice on matters in the Parliament, just based on his experience. You know, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Edley Deans is one of those members of the public service that we could classify as the unsung heroes. All of Jamaica and the world listen and watch the proceedings of this Parliament, and all of us in this Parliament. But for this Parliament to operate in an orderly way, in a structured way, in a purposeful way, it relied upon the clerk sitting there. And Mr. Deans, Honourable Edley Deans, he has offered his entire life in contribution of this aspect of Jamaica's life. And there are many other Jamaicans in the public service, in the various ministries and agencies, who really cause this country to function and operate with some amount of stability and predictability. So while I commend the Honourable Edley Deans, I also want to extend that to some of those other public servants who have passed or in retirement now, who have given sterling service. He is the epitome of them, because the Parliament is the Parliament of all agencies of the government. All institutions of government comes through this Parliament, and he stood or sit at the pinnacle of its administration. So I want to extend my condolences to his family and to say to them, thanks for having him shared his life, because persons like Mr. Dean would have given so much. You know, the many long hours that Parliament would sit from time to time, families would have to make sacrifices, enormous sacrifices. So I want to say thanks to his family for having given him to us in the Parliament and indeed to Jamaica. I wish that they will find comfort in all that he has done for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wish to express my words of appreciation of the service of Mr. Headley Lopez Deans. I happen to be among 5 of us being from what I'd like to call the 1980 class, who came here at that time as young members of Parliament, and while himself and the House leader, indicated by the member from a part of St. Catherine, took time out to educate us in the conduct of the House, parliamentary business, etc. It became even more important, his role became more critical when in 1983 we ended up as single party in the House. This was a time of particularly severe ideological differences. And in many small third world countries, that kind of parliament could end up in significant damage to the institution of parliament. And today Jamaica enjoys some 77 years of elected democracy, a fact that we sometimes tend to overlook and not take enough pride in. Very few countries outside of a developed North America in this region can boast of that kind of commitment to the democratic process and having parliaments functioning smoothly and effectively. And while the political leaders can take some credit, the work of the Clerk of the House and the work of Headley in that very difficult time in Parliament has certainly been a significant contribution to building the character and the institution of Parliament in Jamaica. The entire country owes a debt of gratitude to Edley Deans, a consummate public servant, a true gentleman, always available, accessible, and willing to teach and help us through difficult times. Indeed, those roughly 6 years of single Parliament, I said, his role was particularly crucial and critical for those who were here at the time. It was a time when it was easy to get too lax or too exuberant, because there was no control or the loyal opposition was elsewhere, and therefore it was easy to get into the raw political line or more partisan activity. But Headley Deans was available to not only guide us and to indicate where you had to be and what it was to be serving in Parliament, the people's house, on behalf of the people of the country to whom you were elected. Those from you were my very educative years working with someone like Edley Deans. It's also a privilege to have come today. He has served for a long time, so for 60 years, went on to 95 years. But in addition to his own service, today it's a privilege to have his son, his eldest son Michael, who now still works in the public sector. He's a successful lawyer and a senior lawyer in the Jamaica Defense Force, the Lieutenant Colonel. Had the privilege of working with him both in the Army and for some time in the Ministry of National Security. Essentially, following his father's footsteps in the public area, not in the House, but as a public servant. I really, in fact, very much like his father, a gentleman, honest, hardworking, and a man of integrity. It was for me a privilege to have served with Edley Deans. Learned a lot from him. In fact, much I know about and understand about the institution of Parliament came from sitting at the feet of Headley Deans, because we come in as young, eager, and energetic parliamentarians wanting to serve our constituents and to change the world and our country for the better. But the process of parliamentary service had its own peculiarities, which we need to learn and acquire if we are to succeed at getting things done on behalf of our constituents, on behalf of the country. And Mr. Deans was one who would always remind us, and I would quietly, never hostile, never contentious, what it means to be a parliamentarian and what he expects of us and how we should go about our business. I want to extend to his family my sincere appreciation for the work, his immediate and extended family, and said to have served with Edley Deans, a true public servant who served the people of this country, the institution of Parliament, and the people of Jamaica. Today, we extend our appreciation and condolences to his family, say to a great gentleman, an outstanding public servant. It was good to have served with you, Waltwood. May his soul rest in peace and eternal light shine upon Edley Deans. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, there's a saying, gratitude is a must. And I stand here this afternoon to thank my colleagues here for the wonderful words that you have expressed in congratulating me in being bestowed with the Order of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it was a surprise for me. It really was, because I'm not one who expects to be honored or to be given things. I'm always the one who is busy organizing for other people to be recognized. And I'm always the one behind the scene working on things. And so after 25 years, over 25 years, as a member of Parliament, maybe the longest serving female member of Parliament in the House at this time, growing up in the belly of West Kingston, downtown girl, I recall the property just across the road where we have created a garden. I attended a prep school there, Wars Prep School. And little did I know at that time that I would be sitting in Gordon House across from that property. I recall that my grandmother moved me from that school because I was punished. Those days, I'm sure my older colleagues in here would remember the days when you're punished. You would be put in the sun to hold one ear and one foot. And that was my punishment because I was talking in class. And my grandmother said, no, 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 no way. And she moved me from there and sent me to All Saints Primary. And it's been a journey, Madam Speaker. I've been through the fire, locked up in detention for 9 months by my colleagues. Shot at 3 times. But yet, I never wanted to be in representational politics because I felt that it divided people. But I also wanted to represent people. And so, how do you balance that? And so I decided, well, it wasn't just my decision. My mentor, the most honorable Edward Philip George Seaga of blessed memory, called me one day. Well, in the first place, I decided I was going to run Central Kingston. I was going to be a candidate. And he says, Babs, you have no ambition? You want to run in a seat you can't win? But I wanted to be my own person. And I went to Central Kingston. And in fact, everybody loved me. JLP, PNP, I could go in corners that others couldn't. But on election day, I learned my lesson. And it was an experience which I'll write about. I won't speak about it here. But anybody who could mark the most X at the time, is who would win the seat. And they gave me 10 out of every 100 on election day. And then when it was over, they come and they hug me up and they say, Babsy, we're PMP, we love you. But we're sorry. That was my experience. Madam Speaker, it is good to serve the people of Jamaica. I'm happy I made that decision. And when I was sent to Central St. Catherine, it was as if I was sent like a lamb to the slaughter because I was running against the giant Bruce Golding, my friend. But I walked the pavements night and day, buy out every corner shop with juice, with me and the ladies walking, bulla, pear, box drink. But I walked every corner of that constituency, or every corner shop, because I really had no money. But I was determined that I would win that seat and to prove everybody wrong. Madam Speaker, I cried when I won because I did not want it to be Bruce Golding who I beat. But you know what? In families, you have disagreements, but you do come back together. And I'm happy today to say that Bruce Golding also had a tremendous impact on my life. And many of my colleagues here, they have been perfect example of what it is to be good representatives. When no matter how good you are when you enter politics, you are tainted with that broad brush. But if you know in your heart you are sincere, and you are a true representative of the people, it doesn't matter what they say. You stay focused and you get the job done. And it's not an easy road. So, Madam Speaker, today I just want to thank my colleagues, and I want to thank the Prime Minister the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, for having the confidence in me to have appointed me a cabinet minister and to have honored me in this way by making me the Honorable Olivia Grange, the Honorable Olivia Grange. I will continue to be humble, because if you are not humble, you will not get through life. You will not achieve, because if you are self-centered, egotistical, no matter how you rise, you will fall. I want to say to my female colleagues here, especially the young ones, just be true. Be sincere to your constituents. Work for them, but also let them know you're here to work with them. Don't let them feel that you're a superwoman. Don't let them feel that they can also intimidate you. Just be yourself and get the job done. And you will one day be standing here like me saying, thank you, Jamaica, and may God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, I had the great fortune to have entered Parliament in 1980. It's on, but all right. All right. To enter this Parliament in 1980, when I met a man who, among the very first things he said to me at a quiet moment, I don't know if it's because he detected something about me that caused him to feel compelled to say that to me. But he said, I was not minister. Carl, you know, I watched you, but I just want to say, set for yourself a goal and seek to be measured by the content of your argument and not by the heat of your spirit. Because even then, I tended to be a little aggressive. And he felt compelled to give me. Oh, absolutely. Now I'm a perfectly calm gentleman. But you know, it was a different time. And I share with my colleagues just some very brief recollections. You know, there was a time here when we were real friends, and we would convene downstairs and we would play dominoes until night. Some of the better domino players are still here. My colleague from East Central St. James, but there were a team of us that quite frankly formed the nucleus of a tremendously close friendship and continuous relationship. I think of persons who shared these hallowed halls at different levels. I think of Ryan Peralta, Senator. I think of Pat Stevens. I think of Dudley McKinley, the chairman of the board, who fought vigorously for a better wage for members of Parliament. I think of Pat Stevens, Neville Murray, and of course, Edley Deans. Edley would never pass a domino table, no matter how busy he was. He and St. Clair Shirley were like a partnership. St. Clair would go for him or vice versa, but they never gave up an opportunity to meet while we were in Parliament, and that friendship and respect and love for each other continued for years after. Some have passed on, but the memories are as sharp today as they have ever been. I remember that in fact, the first trip that was assigned to me leaving Parliament to travel abroad was to the nearest independent state you could find, and that was Nassau. Independent. And that was not like my colleague here who travels the world, but that was my great excursion was to Bahamas to the CPA conference, which I led. But what is interesting in recalling is that two of the great giants of this Parliament, that when they spoke, it was like music to your ears. Alan Isaacs on one side and Dudley Thompson on the other. They accompanied us on that trip, and it was a wonderful occasion. Edley Deans, of course, was with us, gave us guidance. For me, I knew nothing about that kind of forum, and he guided me through the whole process. I remember this man as a soft-spoken man. I've never known him to lose his temper. He was a perfect example of what a good clerk of the House ought to be, whether in Jamaica or anywhere else in the world. So I share your view, my dear colleague, that he was arguably the best of his time, and perhaps for a long time to come. He was simply an outstanding person that believed in the Westminster system. That was the source of many of our arguments, but he believed in it, and he passed on all his knowledge to those with whom he came into contact. I could not tell you, and I think that's the greatest testament to any man's life, I could not tell you, standing here today, what were his political sentiments. I could not say whether he was for the People's National Party or for the Jamaica Labour Party. He was simply Edley Deans, master servant of the people, with the best disposition anyone could ever hope to be engaged with a person that had. So it is with regret, although he had gotten on in age, it is with regret that we take note of his passing. Because no matter how old he got and no matter how frail he got, for those of us who knew him and cared for him very much, just the thought of being able to call and know that he's still alive was enough. That isn't the case anymore. So, Madam Speaker, I enjoin those who have expressed their sympathies, and I want to simply say that we have lost a great partner who served this Parliament with distinction and honor. As for the congratulatory expressions to my two dear colleagues, two of my favorite colleagues, I must say, one who served with distinction as Deputy House Leader. A memorable period it was. You don't have to go further than asking the opposition leader of the House, of parliamentary opposition. But Babsy Grange, I'm going to go down now, Madam Speaker, and break the rules of Parliament, call her by her name. Honorable Babsy Grange is something special. And her honor meant a lot to me personally. Because I don't know of anyone with the resilience and the capacity to absorb abuse and attack in a campaign that she went through in Central Kingston. I was at the Electoral Commission at the time. And I can recall how very, very tedious that task was. And I was happy when she eventually got the opportunity to go to a seat that is near and dear to her heart. And she has fallen into that seat like a duck to water. She has made a tremendous contribution to the lives of the people in Central St. Catherine, and continues to give of herself relentlessly to for the benefit of the poor masses of this country. It's not something that I'm thinking about. It's something that I have seen, something that I have experienced. Babsy, you are indeed, certainly in my opinion, one of the true female treasures of this country. To me, there is simply no equal in the political arena that can match Olivia Babsy Grange. I hope for you long life. Keep up the energy that you have exhibited over these past few months. Keep looking as lovely as you do. Keep dressing as magnificently as you do. And keep sharing your experience with the people who I know are dearest to your heart, the poor and the needy. May God bless you, Babsy. And goodbye.
Madam Speaker, I think this House has truly been fulsome in its commendations for our three members, as well as for the statements of condolences that have been expressed in regards to our very outstanding and model former clerk of this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, just by way of a little recollection, that in this chamber there are now 8 members who have been here for the 42 years serving both houses in the upper house and the lower house, and who would have had the benefit of experiencing the efficiencies and the real power of the presentation of Edley Deans as the clerk of this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, the power of that makes the point by itself that the sustainable nature of this great field that we're in, called representation politics. You know, there are some who feel that the highest level of turnover is in politics. But there is sustainability here. And to say that there are some 8 members of both sides of the House who have served for more than 42 years in these 2 chambers is worthy of note. And I wanted to use the opportunity to indicate that at this time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would ask on behalf of the chamber that you give the appropriate guidance to the clerk to send the usual statement of condolence from this House to the family of Mr. Edley Deans. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. I join also with all members, both sides of the aisle, those who knew Mr. Edley Deans personally and those like myself who have heard so much about the gentleman and have benefited from his legacy as clerk to the Houses of Parliament. And so I want to take the opportunity once again to extend to condolences to the Dean's family and ask them to take solace in the fact that their father, grandfather, great-grandfather truly gave of himself for the good of our nation. And I'll just close by sharing with you what somebody told me when I lost my mother the other day. They said, energy never dies. It merely changes from one form to another. And so, members, I'm going to ask us all to stand and observe a minute's silence in memory of Mr. Edley Deans and also the children who have lost their lives so tragically recently. Souls rest in peace, and light perpetual ever shine upon them. As the House Leader said, we ask the clerk to send the necessary card to express our condolences to the family of Mr. Edley Deans. Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, there are two statements today. Just ahead of it, I'd like to use the opportunity to, in expressing the pleasure at the resumption of this Honourable House, to indicate that the agenda for the rest of this period, which we could call the Michaelmas period of the sitting of this House, will be characterized by the debate on the state of constituencies. We hope to commence that, Madam Speaker, on the 13th, and we would hope that we conclude somewhere towards the end of November. It will also, Madam Speaker, see us dealing with the critical motions, questions, and to enable a cleaning up of the order paper so that at the end of that period we would close the year pretty much having a clean sheet, or as clean as is possible. There are a number of joint select committees, Madam Speaker, that would be very active during this period. And in the context of that, I wish just to indicate that the Joint Select Committee on the Integrity Commission report, which we had intended to be concluded within this first half of the month, unfortunately, because the capacity where staff and so on is concerned, we were looking at dealing with them tomorrow and Wednesday, 2 days, but we have now had to change because of the nature of the arrangements that are currently in place and the availability of staff. But I can assure that we will conclude those before the middle of October based on the timelines and the timetable that has been set and the availability of our staff. We want, because it is felt that there is hesitancy. I want it to be very clear. There's absolutely none. We're very clear on our task, on what we have to do, and I think that we're going to be very forthright in what needs to be done to ensure that the integrity of the process is preserved and the quality of our our jurisprudence upheld. There's no question about that whatsoever, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also want to reiterate the prompt starting of Parliament. And we show that today, And we intend to continue that so that we can carry through the business of the House with efficiency and with decorum, and to conclude in good time so that members can have their refreshments and refreshing that is necessary to enable them to take up their task the next day with energy. Madam Speaker, the statement I'm making now, I'm quite aware that the member on the other side would definitely want to respond to, as we had indicated in initial stages. So I would yield to his response, and then after invite you to ask the Minister of Education to make her statement, followed by the Minister of Health. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, as I had indicated earlier, I think it's an opportune time for us to look at the ensuing term up to Christmas, and to ensure that we make the most productive use of the time at hand. The leader of government business has indicated to me and to the House today of the priority in establishing the constituency debate. And I've shared views before, but for me, the debate was centered around representatives having the ability to impact the national budget. And I want to have a separate reflection with you, as I did ask the Speaker, perhaps she could convene a meeting so that we can look back at those objectives to make sure that they are being fulfilled, because in my own assessment, we are not. What it has amounted to is a reporting on the I am not seeing the influence of members here on the national budget. Yes, and that's why I'm indicating that it is a relevant thing to do as we try to prioritize our time. Madam Speaker, similarly, we have to reflect also on the current list of items on the private members' motion, and there are some important bills that the opposition has put forward to this House which need urgent addressing. For example, the leader of the opposition has proposed an amendment to our Constitution to deal with impeachment of members of both houses. I think we have to set a time for that to happen. The member from South St. Catherine has been proposing, and it has been denied, and so on, the banking fees regulation. We can't continue to postpone this very important matter. And I think I'm sensing that members on both sides are prepared now to address this matter frontally. Similar, also, the leader of the opposition has two other bills, one dealing with the Offensive Weapons Prohibition Amendment, and also the Firearms Amendment bill being proposed by the leader of the opposition. And we have scores of private members' motion, and I'm wondering how we're going to be able to fit these in to the schedule that the leader of government business has proposed. And I really want to signal that for us, these are priority items. I have a motion there dealing with electricity theft well over a year now. Other members here have private members' motions, which are critical to our national development. And I am suggesting, Madam Speaker, that an urgent meeting be called so that we can look at scheduling these items so that we do not continue to feel sometimes that we operate at the mercy solely of the government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I do take note of the comments of the leader of opposition business, and I think he has properly recognized that the responsibilities rest where it should, and that he is not indeed questioning even the efficacy of that. But rather, I think he is making a point with regards to the content of the program leading on, and we are not unmindful of the content of the program. because the order paper represents the content of what should be dealt with throughout the period, and we are committed to dealing with the order paper. As I indicated, the scheduling and the way in which the business of the House is conducted has to be a lot in relation to sometimes the exigencies of the time based on what are urgent matters that may come up from time to time. So there's no intention to delay unduly or to sidestep any motion whatsoever. But one has to appreciate that the business of the House is conditioned by emergencies and the business of the country. And the Parliament has to respond in a timely manner to that. So just to settle the members' mind, that on this side, there's absolutely no doubt that there is an urgency on our part to deal with all matters concerning the business of the people as presented in this House by members. And the issue of the debate, the Constitution, is critical. And I want to reiterate that notwithstanding the fact that you may not see in every sense the impact of this debate on the outcome of the budget, I think you need to look again, because the budget is not really structured outside of the country. It's structured within the country and for the country, and the constituents are part of that whole process. The infrastructure is in your constituency and mine, and all the areas that we have to deal with, where priorities are put, are in your constituencies and in mine. It's nowhere else. And so what we are saying is, on this side, we are making the point to those who are crafting the budget that these are special areas that need attention, and that in the final arrangements and the architectural arrangements for the development of our budget, that our thoughts and views from this House will be taken into consideration. The fact is, we do have a chance at the Standing Finance to respond in the event that we do not see enough of what our own objectives were reflected in the budget itself. So I just wanted that point to be made. But, Madam Speaker, it also offers an opportunity for us to give a report to the nation and to our constituents as to our performance. And that's really what the debate is about. It is about saying to our people, we are here and we have been championing your cause. So may it please you, Madam Speaker, as you invite now the Minister of Education to make her statement.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we mourn with Mr. Lang, his immediate family, and the wider community of Springfield in Westmoreland.
Not hearing you at all, Minister. Mike.
Madam Speaker, is that better? Okay, thank you. We mourn with Mr. Lang, his immediate family, and the wider community of Springfield in Westmoreland. The Parliament heard earlier on from the MP Moreland, who gave us an update. Madam Speaker, our prayers go up for Mr. Lang's daughter, who is battling for life. We implore all Jamaicans who can help to please do so. She will need critical care. Through the CPFSA, which is an agency.
I'm not hearing at all.
right, this sounds better. Thank you. Madam Speaker, through the CPFSA, we will be doing all that we can to help the family through this tragedy of unspeakable proportion. We mourn as well for the family of the 2 children who died in that bizarre flooding in St. Mary, in the constituency of MP Dunn, St. Mary's Southeast. And he also would have updated the Parliament as to what happened. Madam Speaker, we do not wish that any of our children should perish. And when they do, we mourn deeply. The tragedies touch all of us as Jamaicans. May their souls find peace in the arms of the Lord. Madam Speaker, the new school year 2022-2023 began yesterday, September 5, and by all indications, it got off to a good start. We acknowledge the difficult transportation situation that is being experienced by students in areas undergoing significant road improvement works. We are encouraging our principals in the affected areas, in St. Thomas in particular, to re-engage the mixed modality where they can, whilst we continue to partner with the members of Parliament in that area, the transportation sector, the security forces, community members, and other stakeholders during this major road construction period that promises, despite the many anxieties now, to bring significant benefits to the parishes in the East. I want to say thank you to the Honourable Audley Shaw, Minister of Transportation and Mining, and his team at the JUTC for the significant efforts at ensuring that buses rolled out for our students in the corporate area. For our rural areas, the Ministry will continue in its efforts to provide approximately 7,500 students on path with transportation subsidies of approximately $380 million through a rural transportation program. Madam Speaker, as you know, the transportation is organized at the school level. Our principals know the path students in their schools and their transportation needs. I want to say thank you as well to the Honourable Minister Mackenzie and his team at NSWMA for the special cleanup at many of our schools to ensure a smooth back to school. Madam Speaker, these are examples of joined-up government. Madam Speaker, let me say congratulations to all our students who sat their CSEC and CAPE subjects and received their preliminary results yesterday. Of the 30,331 students from our public schools that registered to sit the CSEC, approximately 93% actually sat the exam. Of the 28,227 who sat the CSEC, some 23,583 students passed at least one subject with grades 1 to 3. We are looking at the details, and we will be speaking more on that. Madam Speaker, initially, we're seeing a higher percentage of students pass in subject areas such as additional maths, English B, electronic document preparation and management, and industrial technology, electrical, among others. I turn now to safety and security in our schools. Madam Speaker, all the initiatives that were in place to enable safety and security in schools during the last school year will continue. Metal detectors that were in place will continue. Random searches for items that may cause harm to other students will continue. 6 additional schools will be getting CCTV at a cost of $15 million. We have 139 deans of discipline. We have added 98 new guidance counselors, bringing the total to 1,016. We continue to support our principals, our teachers, and administrators so that they can heighten their awareness and increase their vigilance in order to head off escalations in confrontations among our students in the event that that is happening. Our team of psychologists will continue to be available for referrals for those cases that are best handled with that level of expertise. In terms of grants to our schools, Madam Speaker, our system of sending grants to schools was activated in June 2022. As you're aware, we send several grants to different schools to include tuition grants, social premium grants, PATH grants, maintenance grants, ICT grants, STEM grants, TVET, equipment grants, furniture grants, book grants, and so on. The first tranche of grants was dispersed already. The second tranche is to be dispersed in this month. We will continue to support our schools by continuing to do maintenance beyond what the grants to our schools will cover. We have our major infrastructure program ongoing year-round as well to build more classrooms, upgrade teacher staff rooms, do electrical and plumbing, roofing, and so on. In terms of nutrition in school, Madam Speaker, we have launched our Nutrition in Schools draft policy at Marlgrove High School in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Since then, we have received a number of written submissions from stakeholders. We will continue the rounds with the Ministry of Health and Wellness in terms of speaking with other stakeholders. I believe our next consultation meeting will be with the manufacturers, Minister. So thank you so much to Minister Tufton and his team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness as well for raising the awareness in our schools about proper nutrition. We will continue the consultations and the public awareness about the need to have our students consume less sugar and eat more fruits and vegetables, and overall we will help them to make healthy choices about what they eat and drink. Madam Speaker, our entity, the Nutrition Product Limited, distributed drinks that were well within the guideline of the Ministry of Health and Wellness during the last school year and will continue to do so this school year. In terms of furniture, Madam Speaker, our delivery of furniture, which are primarily desks and chairs to schools, will continue year-round. We are delighted that we now have additional schools that have come on the school's furniture program. We now have 10 schools in the furniture making business to supply our schools. Yes, to date, 5,776 desks and chairs have been distributed. 104 schools have benefited. Within the next 2 weeks, we will see our primary schools getting 6,000 pieces, or early childhood sector getting 3,600 pieces, and our teachers will be getting 800 pieces. 4 schools are currently activated, and the other 6 will come on in the next 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, on the issue of termite treatment, that's a big problem for our schools, and we note the impact of that on the desks and chairs and other parts of the schools, but we do have an ongoing program to treat with termites when we do get the reports from our schools. On the matter of e-resources, we're pleased about the quantum of e-resources that we've been able to provide to our schools, and implore our principals, our teachers, and our students to avail themselves of it. The ministry's website and apps are there for all to visit. I want to highlight, Madam Speaker, that for our teachers, we have over 500 lesson plans on our lesson plan platform, and will continue to add more. These lesson plans are aligned with our national standards curriculum. Our goal is to have lesson plans for all subjects, for all grades. We implore our teachers to utilize this resource, and likewise, if our teachers have lesson plans that they'd like to share, those lesson plans can be uploaded on the platform as well. In terms of devices, Madam Speaker, to date, We have distributed 8,469 laptops to our teachers in primary schools. This represents 95% of teachers in primary schools. Our initial focus, as was communicated, of this program was on ensuring all our primary school teachers have laptops. We're in the process of the procurement for our high school teachers as announced. This is a 3-year program to equip all our teachers with laptops. Phase 1 was primary school teachers. Phases 2 and 3 are for high school teachers. Textbook, which is another big item for our schools. This year, the budget for textbook is $2 billion, of which $1 billion is for primary schools and the other $1 billion is for our high schools. I'm particularly pleased of the greater investment in textbooks at the high school level. Prior to this last year, we were only able to invest.
The Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the Minister to be given sufficient time to complete her presentation.
The question before the House is that the Minister be given sufficient time to complete her presentation. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So last year we were only able to invest $200 million at the high school level. So to be able to do $1 billion this year, we are particularly pleased. We've worked with our principals in our schools to determine the mix of text versus ebook format. Distributions have begun and will continue into September. For the ebooks, Madam Speaker, the students will only need to download the book once and will have it on their device for the entire year. I turn now to dress and grooming. Madam Speaker, we've had initial consultation sessions with our principal about this vexed issue of dress and grooming in our schools. We implore our parents to ensure that their children obey the school rules. If our parents desire a change in a school rule regarding dress and grooming, these changes are best done by a standard process. I would implore our parents to attend PTA meetings where they can put the particular issue on the table. Our rules and regulations are set by a standard process. It includes a series of consultations with students, especially with student leaders, teachers, other members of staff. A fulsome report is submitted to the school board on which sits all the representative groups, including parent rep, teacher rep, community rep, and so on. Madam Speaker, I do not believe that a parent can simply say nothing is wrong with the way I'm sending my child to school. A parent cannot just say nothing is wrong with sending his or her child to school in tight pants when the school rules specifically describe the pants that should be worn. Madam Speaker, school rules are about discipline in school. School rules are about preparation for living in the wider society in which we have to coexist with each other. There are rules everywhere in society that all of us have to obey. We must teach our children in our schools to obey the school rules. If you believe the school rule needs to be changed, engage the process. Do not lock the school gate. Do not bad up the teacher or the principal. Engage the process. If the school says no pink hair, do not send your child with pink hair. Obey the school rules. If there is no discipline in our schools, Madam Speaker, our teachers will have a very hard time educating our children. And I move on now, Madam Speaker, to broadband in schools. Our objective is to have all our schools with adequate internet connectivity. There's a significant effort underway to connect our schools to enable greater use of technology in schools. And I come now to the issue of teacher resignations. We have been reporting on this to the nation as we've gotten updates. I note that, let me just flag earlier on, that this report that was distributed here in Parliament has an incorrect number and an incorrect date. And so let me make that correction on the matter of teacher resignations for the period July 22 to September 5, 2022. That number should read 253. As was indicated earlier on, when I gave a press conference last week, we're doing work to launch a platform to allow those looking for jobs in the teaching profession to upload their resumes so our schools will be more efficiently helped in their efforts to recruit teachers. Madam Speaker, we sent out a bulletin to our school chairs and principals with a number of strategies for teacher recruitment. We met with our principals. We again outlined these strategies. Most recently, we announced the approval from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service that would allow our schools to rehire teachers who are on their long leave, 4 months or 8 months, to fill vacancies, depending on the school needs. And the details of that, the ministry and its regions are available. I know we've been speaking with our principals who are interested in just ensuring that they understand the details of that. I want to thank, Madam Speaker, all our boards, our principals, our teachers and school administrators for the work they continue to do in our schools. They were steadfast over the past 2 years as we lived through the pandemic. Everyone knows that the education sector has been hardest hit. We responded during the pandemic in the virtual space. Our teachers stepped forward and were trained. And here we are now in the face-to-face environment. And so we're happy to be back to see all of our students, and we will continue as we get into September, the second week of September, as we get better data in terms of attendance. We will know how many of our students are back, and we will know those who are not. And of course, again, we will activate our yard-to-yard search initiative that we had to ensure that all our students come back into the face-to-face environment. And just let me say, Madam Speaker, before I conclude, again, on the issue of teacher resignations, we are seeing just 2 examples. We're seeing where teachers have resigned and they've taken up positions in other teaching posts within the system in Jamaica. So in Region 2, which is St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary, 14 teachers who have resigned there have taken up teaching positions within the region at other schools. Similarly, in Region 3, St. Anne Trelawney, 10 teachers resigned and they've taken up other teaching posts also within the region. And you may ask, why is this? It's because the Education Act and Regulation does not allow teachers to move from school to school on their own volition. They have to generally resign one school and then go to the other school and go through that process there. So when we look at the numbers, when you look at the number of teacher resignations, there are a number of moving parts to it. There are a number of things happening in it. So we won't know precisely until we do our next survey across the system, which we generally do in October. We will get a more precise figure of exactly what is happening. So the numbers I'm reporting are those that we're seeing, but we're also indicating that those might be gross numbers rather than net numbers, because there are some resignations of teachers moving around within the education system in Jamaica. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I close, let me just also join with my other colleagues in saying congratulations to our colleague ministers here, Minister Grange, Minister Warmington, for receiving the national honor. I know on the opposition side as well. Job well done. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, let me thank the Minister for the report that has been tabled in terms of our statement to Parliament on where we are with education. As I start, I also want to place on record, I know we have done that so many times, but as I'm on my feet, our sincere condolences to the Lang family in Springfield, Westmoreland, as well as the family in Southeast St. Mary. It is always sad when we lose our children, and these circumstances were especially difficult. And I know that the parents and family members must really be going through this really hard time, especially as we are into back to school and other children are going out to school. So our sincere condolences to the family, and we hope that God will give them the strength to take them through at this time. I also want to start by just hailing our teachers who over the last 2 years have really put in everything they had into making it work. I know that when we got to the summer, they said they were tired. Hopefully they have been able to rest. I know that many of them have come out already trying to put things back for our children. I think it is going to be important, as the Minister said, to get a report as we go along in terms of really where we are, how many of our children have been re-engaged in the system, so that we don't end up way down the line recognizing that there is a problem we need to fix. I know I was talking to a parent not so long ago whose child was starting primary school in grade 2, having last attended a school, and it was a basic school, because during the pandemic that child remained at the basic school. And so I'm sure we're going to have a lot of those kinds of situations that will challenge our teachers and challenge the system. In terms of the report, Madam, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Minister, I looked at the report as it relates to CSEC and CAPE and thought that the report kind of picked up on a very low bar in terms of those who sat CSEC. I'm pleased to see the number of those who registered, who took the exam, and that's really good, and we want to congratulate all of them who went and took the exam and all of them who did their best and came out with their subjects. I believe, though, that if we are clear on what we want from the education system, a report on individuals who passed at least one subject with grades 1 to 3 is really a very low bar. And we would want to know a little bit more than that in terms of what is the outcome there. And I think it's important for us to be able to do that. First of all, we set a target, for example, for matriculation is of five CSEC subjects. For example, we talk about students who have only gotten 3, where we would want them to get to 5. So just reporting on at least one subject, I believe is a low bar. And I'd like to see the reports that tell us a little bit more. In terms of safety and security, I am pleased to see that we have added 98 new guidance counselors, and that has brought the total to 1,016. I am interested, Minister, if you could just give us a little bit more detail. Is that sufficient? What is the goal that we would like to see in terms of guidance counselors, given our student population? And even with the 1,016, in terms of the distribution, are there still some gaps that you're concerned about and that you'll be moving to fix? In terms of nutrition in schools, I know, Minister, I'm sure you're as concerned as I am with the stats that 2 million Jamaicans are actually in poverty, with 24% of those in poverty in abject poverty. And we would well be aware of how that is going to affect nutrition of our students to school. I am interested in knowing, in the face of wanting and encouraging our students to eat healthy and to make sure they consume less sugar, eat more fruits and eat more vegetables, what is being done to ensure that the reality that we face in terms of the increase in poverty and abject poverty of our parents, what we're doing in schools to really help. That is different from what we did before. And as I asked that as well, Minister, last time as we were about leaving school, there were reports about Nutrition Products Limited and their bottled water that were for sale.
Opposition's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, based on the statement being made by the Minister, is it a speech by the opposition or it's with the questions posted, or it serves as a response?
Response to the Minister's statement.
So, all right, so I'll ask Madam Speaker if the member could be extended by another 2 minutes to allow her to complete her response.
The question is that the member be given sufficient time to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those against? Go ahead. Education is vital
Thank
to
you
us.
very much, Madam Speaker. Are my 2 minutes up yet? Okay. Through you again, Madam Speaker, of e-resources. I have been concerned about some of the reports that we have been seeing in terms of what happened last time around with the e-books in particular. I know that e-resources here is beyond that, you know, it's not just about our books, but I'm concerned about the books and what happened, and was wondering if the Minister had made had a discussion with our teachers to ensure that the issues that they faced in terms of the expired accounts and so on, if we would. Some of them said they ended up abandoning the e-books, for example, and just using other resources. I would love to know that we are making progress and that they'll be able to make better use this time around. Madam Speaker, I agree 100% in terms of dress and grooming, that parents should not believe that they could just send their children and that any rule, anything goes. And I certainly am not I'm certainly not for parents nor students going to school and speaking in ways that are disrespectful. Because one of the things that we also have to teach our children and our parents is how to deal with issues that they have a problem with. I am hoping, though, that there is a review in terms of dress and grooming from a policy perspective. In 2022, as we celebrate 60 years of independence, it is time for us, with hair like ours, you know, different types of hair. A 1-inch hair on my member in front might look very different from a 1-inch hair on one of my kids or with my type of hair. And I think it is time for us to recognize those kind of ethnic differences and how they show themselves, and therefore how inherent in some of the rules that we have in school that they bear some of our past that should be eliminated. In the same way, we are also beginning to look at our dress code, for example, in Parliament, as being anachronistic. We need to do the very same thing with our schools, I believe. And I'd love to see that led from a policy perspective. The last thing I wanted to say, Minister, is about broadband in schools. I know that you have said that the objective is to ensure that all our schools have adequate internet connectivity. I would love to see here or to hear what is the deadline, where are we in the completion, how many have been done, and how many are left to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Member, I think you've raised 7 points, and I'll just run through them quickly. On the CSEC, the results just came out yesterday, and we are doing our work, looking at the details. Those were just the numbers that we had today. And so I agree with you in terms of reporting on students who have passed at least one. We should have a better range to let the nation know. So, but as we delve more in the numbers, we will have that. On your question about the guidance counselors, the goal is to have at least 400 students to one guidance counselor. We now have about 600 to one, or there are in some cases 500 to one guidance counselor. That's where we are now. We operate within budgets, and as we get more budget, you will see us adding to the guidance counseling, the team of guidance counselors across our schools primarily, or high schools. On the question of nutrition, currently, we spend for this school year, 2022-2023, approximately $5.5 billion will be spent in providing for our students, especially those on PATH, in terms of ensuring that they get breakfast, lunch, snacks, and so on in school. So we are providing for our students. $5.5 billion is a big number, and we will continue to ensure that our students get as much as can be provided. You raised an issue about bottled water for sale. That is not something that has come to us at the ministry. I know that NPL would not be selling bottled water. E-resources, yes, we're hoping for there to be better use of it this time around. This is the third year that we are using the e-books. And as you would expect with technology, there's an adoption curve that we all go up. The way we sent it out a different way for the last couple of years. This year, we're going to be distributing the codes directly to our students, and of course, we'll have some sensitization session around it. And again, as you heard me say, before we did this, we spoke to our principals, and they indicated what's the mix of the paper books versus e-resources that they would like. And I want to stress, because I know the questions have been raised about what if a child doesn't have electricity. The e-book is you can download it once. All of it gets downloaded on your device, and it is there during the entire school year for your use. And our students can bring their devices to schools. All of our schools have electricity. And our schools have internet, some level of internet right now, which we're looking to upgrade, but they can come to school and get it downloaded there. In terms of dress and grooming, we do have a draft policy, which we've started to make the rounds in terms of consultations. Our first one was with our principals, and we will continue to make the rounds with our parents and other stakeholders. And this is in draft currently, that after we've done the consultations and so on, that we will finalize. In terms of broadband in schools, we are far along. I think the number that I saw the last time was that over 200 of our schools were connected with adequate broadband. Not all the work is completed yet, because we would love to have our schools have Wi-Fi all around the school campus, in and out of the classrooms. It's ongoing. It's ongoing work. It's on-the-ground work that just takes a lot of time to get done, but we are committed to ensuring that all our schools across Jamaica, wherever they are, that they have adequate broadband capability at the school for use by our teachers, our students, and administrators at the school. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, through you, I would start out by wishing best of luck to the students, especially those grade 7 students, those who passed their PEP exams and have now started high school. And also to congratulate those students who passed their CSEC exam and their CAPE exams. Even though there was an overall fall in the numbers, I am sure that many of our Jamaican students did well in those subjects, mathematics and English. And I want to even, my own daughter who got her results yesterday, right? Many ones and some twos. But, Madam Speaker, through you, and I heard the Minister touched on the issue of the transportation, and thanking the Minister of Transport on the issue of the buses that were rolled out. And as I would know, and the Minister, both ministers would know, that the challenge on the JUTC is one that we're not celebrating. But when we express our concern, it is because we know that there are not adequate buses to be rolled out for the students when full school is in session, because we know that all schools are not fully in session. And just like the excuse was made when there were 2 students that turned up on the train yesterday, that the schools are not fully in session, so there's no pressure on the trains, and it is the same thing. And I'm just hoping that come Monday morning, when all schools are really in session, that the JUTC itself, because I'm sure that the Minister would be aware that even with their best efforts, they were not able to have 300 buses out on the road yesterday, and less than 200 rolled out this morning to help to carry our students. Because we heard complaints across the KMTR mainly, in areas where taxis were being run down by the police because there was a shortage of buses on certain routes, coming out of Rockfort, coming out of Portmore, that there was not enough adequate buses to carry our students. But suffice to say, Madam Speaker, through you, and I'm sure you would join me on this one, Madam Speaker, I'm sure you would have heard of the situation up in Troy, and the situation with not only the students but the teachers. And I'm asking on their behalf, and other teachers, some in St. Thomas, that have to traverse on some roads that are worse than war-torn zones. You know, I had conversations with some teachers before the summer break, and you have teachers that live in St. Elizabeth that would have to drive through the community of Octombeddy going into Troy. Now have to drive a 17-mile route to get to school. Would there be a consideration through the ministry for those teachers and some assistance for the students? Because once the river is in spate, those students can't cross from Manchester into Trelawney. Can there be some consideration in helping those teachers in compensation for transportation, that extra transportation, and also for those something put in place for those students that would normally have to travel from Manchester into Trelawney to school? Can there be some consideration? And final 2 questions, Madam Speaker. There are some schools that had an issue, and I know there was 1 or 2 schools in northwest Manchester, and I'm sure there were other schools around the country that had an issue on getting the book lists on time. Sorry? Yeah, it's a question. Yes. No, it's a question. Book lists on time. Has that been resolved where all schools have gotten their book lists? Because I know up to last week, Friday was when one particular school in my constituency actually got their book lists. And can the minister say how many schools, the new 6th form pathway, how many schools currently would be ready for this school year in bringing on that new program that has been announced by the minister?
Just before the minister answers, the member did indicate that he's sure I would join me on the issue of the Troy Bridge, and I do, but I want to use this medium to say, as I said yesterday when I was questioned, that we both visited the Troy Bridge and we both had the opportunity of the minister being in charge, Minister Warmington being there. And he did say then that he would investigate and look about the possibility. I can say definitively that I have checked. The designs have been complete, and presently now the scope is being done, which means the bill of costs for the bridge is being prepared. And persons were concerned that probably we needed a Bailey Bridge. We cannot put a Bailey Bridge there because a Bailey Bridge is not appropriate for the area that needs to be filled. But just to assure the member, as he was with me when the minister visited, that the designs for the replacement of the bridge have been done, and they are now doing the scope, which is a bill of costs for it. So I know the ministry is moving speedily ahead with the replacement of that bridge.
Madam Speaker, yes, you were there when the minister visited the bridge. I joined you for lunch. Yeah?
Yes, and the discussions took place between us all.
Yes, but the truth is, Madam Speaker, is that I am not yet comforted until I know that a budget is in place to even start. It has taken 1 year. It is since from August last year that the bridge has collapsed. Right? Yesterday, at the beginning of school on Monday, I know there were quite a number of students whose parents were concerned that did not send their children to school. So while we may be comforted at least 1 year after that the design has been done and a costing is being put in place, in the meantime, our students are still being displaced and the teachers are being displaced, which is the matter that I'm asking the minister to.
And I understand, but I just want to share with you and the Parliament, as it was in the public domain yesterday, and people were thinking that there is no attention being taken. But as someone who has been a part of government, you will appreciate that they are going through a process here now, and we are following it up. I am too, because it's as important to the people from Manchester as it is to the people from South Trelawney. And government has a process, and we have to be careful that we follow it. Thank you.
A quick question to the Minister. Minister, it has come to my attention that at least one of the schools in my constituency want to initiate a program in support of students who experienced some learning loss during the pandemic. The issue they're having is that the internet service, which was being provided by one of the two carriers, it is weak. It needs strengthening, and they're being told that the network, a new network that is supposed to be in place, an entity that just won an award for a new network for the schools, that is not yet in place, and the traditional carrier we've asked them to upgrade the internet. They are saying they are reluctant to do that unless they are specifically requested to do it, because they've been asked not to continue the service. Can you shed some light on that as to what may be happening in that instance with the traditional carrier and this new network providing service?
Member, if you could send us the name of the school and the location, we will investigate, because we know that there are providers who are connecting schools and so on. So please just send me the name of the school and we'll investigate to see what's happening there. So in terms of member from Manchester, you had asked about the book lists. Book lists are sent out from the school. It's a school operation issue. Book lists, yes, it is a school operation issue. Right. Sure.
The information, because parents came to me, Madam Minister, and saying that they could not get the book lists from the school. When I contacted the school, it was what was sent from the ministry, and there seemed to have been a problem with the information on it. It kept on going back and forth between the school and the ministry, and it was just finalized on Friday. So I'm just asking if there are any other schools that are having the same problem, and if all schools have received their book lists.
Member, I'm not aware that there are other schools with that similar problem. Okay. But if you could give us as well the name of the school that you had the issue with, and we'll ensure. On your question about the schools who are ready for the Sixth Form Pathways program, we have 144 of our high schools and 34 of our tertiary institutions that have indicated readiness for the Sixth Form Pathways program. And just so you're aware, member, the Sixth Form Pathways program is going into its third year across the system. Additionally, as we have been saying to schools, if you do not have the space, then you cannot participate in the program. We are imploring you, if there are students that have indicated that they want to be in the Sixth Form program and you do not have the space at your school, we're simply asking you to work with the Sixth Form Pathways program person to help our children to find an institution to which they can go. We're not asking schools to create new spaces. We're not asking them to go above and beyond. We're simply saying to our schools that have excess space, that can accommodate the program, we have said what we'll be able to do, and if you cannot, as a high school, do it, if you were used to taking 100 students into your Sixth Form traditional program, and that is all that you can do, that is all that you can do. If there are other students at your school that want to be in any of the other pathways, we're asking you to work with us to direct the students to those other institutions offering the Sixth Form Pathways programs, whether it's Pathway 1, 2, or 3.
Members, just before we go any further, there was a lot of tribute this evening paid to the past clerk, Mr. Edley Deans. And in keeping with his memory, I'm going to ask everybody to refer to their standing orders 11A3 and 17A3, 2, subsection 2, because I am going to be guided by what the standing order said, and in memory of the man that you all paid great tribute to this evening. So we're having statements. It's now 4:11. Let us keep our questions in keeping with the rules laid down by the standing
Madam Speaker,
orders.
there was another one I asked the Minister about the teachers at Troy.
I'm going to
and the
ask you to
students.
read the standing orders to Mr. Member. You hear? Please. We have to follow
Yeah,
it.
but I expect that the Minister would answer the question, so I'm just asking her.
Yes,
if
but
she has...
I am reminding us all now at this hour that I am sticking to the rules of the standing order.
After the Minister
so let's go
answers
ahead.
my question.
Saying that the schools are not mandated to create So it's not an option of going to sixth form, it's a requirement. But just clarify for me about the space provision. That's not clear to me. It does seem like it's an option and not a mandatory requirement.
Member, we have done a survey across our school network. There are 20,000 spaces available across the education sector when we looked at it to allow us to accommodate the sixth form pathways program. We understand that not every school has space to be able to immediately accommodate the program. And so what we've put in place are program coordinators to help a school in the event the students there indicate that they would like to go to the sixth form pathways program at that school, and the school does not have the space for those sixth form pathways program coordinators and the school leadership to help to direct those students to other institutions that are offering the program and have space. As I indicated earlier, of 144 of our high schools, of which there are 180 high schools, and 34 tertiary institutions have indicated their readiness for this program. So we are saying that there is enough take-up across the education sector for our students for this program to begin in its third year and continue.
Minister, if it is mandatory and the student refuses to take up, to follow the mandate, what's the consequences?
The Sixth Form Pathways program is an opportunity for our students. We are encouraged by the numbers that have pre-registered, that our students see the value of that. In much the same way as in our regular school, what? It's not, this program is not one in which we are punishing students for not doing it. Students, they're bright students who are in our sixth form, who want to go straight to tertiary. They are allowed. We encourage them to go to tertiary if they want to. Our students have a number of choices across the network as to which institutions they go to. We are hoping, and we're seeing evidence that they're seeing the value of this program as based on the pre-registration numbers that we have. Education in this country is a right for all our students. We do as best as we can with the budgets that we have to provide for our students across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Member, we are providing these things that we believe our students are already indicating that they're seeing value in the program.
So, Madam Speaker, you said that there's no consequence. No. I need to be clear. No. I have a right to seek clarification here. No. You want to just ask a question and any answer given and just shut up with it?
Privilege of the House.
I am seeking clarification, and there's no other place to seek it but here.
Do that ad infinitum in order to create confusion.
No, Madam Speaker, it is clear that all the member wants is a response, whether it answers the question or not, whether I'm clear on it or not, it doesn't matter. Just say a few words and shut up. That's what you want. But you're not going to shut me up.
Member, I don't think so, and nobody, and certainly the Speaker wouldn't allow anybody to just shut you up. But I'm asking you, There are a number of issues, and it is clear, regardless how blind we all are, that the Minister of Education is attempting in the best possible way to have a smooth opening. And I share your concern. I know the Minister shares it. And I think I spoke with your leader of opposition business, and we are going to have some discussions privately across the aisle to deal with some of these matters that need more in-depth answers, because we have to pay attention to time. So we are going to. I can assure you, and I have spoken with your leader of opposition business, who has, I am speaking, member, I am speaking, and if I am speaking and addressing somebody from your side, and I am indicating that I have spoken to the leader of opposition business who speaks on your behalf, at least allow me to be heard with the courtesy that this position deserves. And I'm saying now to the member who asks and needs clarity on a matter, I spoke with the leader of opposition business. There are things that need detailed ironing out and assistance. I think this is one of them that you have, and we are going to discuss it, and we assure you there's no attempt to shut you up, and I wouldn't allow that.
I am so relieved, Madam Speaker. More so the fact that you share the concern that I have. So now that you have shared it, I hope that the clarification will come at some point. Because you share that it is confusing from what has been said. So I take comfort, Madam Speaker.
Minister, Minister.
Madam Speaker. Madam
Minister,
Speaker.
Member.
Madam Speaker.
Member, I'm going to tell you, we share an excellent relationship, and I know you know that the Speaker ought to be heard in silence, and you were speaking way above my voice. I can assure you that the matters that the Minister of Education has to deal with, and we are being practical. There's a lot on her plate. She's open, she's calm, we are willing to meet and say it, and we are going to get it for the benefit of all the children who belong to parents on both sides of the aisle. And I want us to remember, as members of Parliament, that when we discuss issues such as education, we should not in any way fight about it, because the end product is that every child from every family in this country deserves to have the best.
Madam Speaker.
I have explained to your leader of opposition business,
with all due respect,
we are going
Madam
to
Speaker,
have discussions on it, and that is it. And I'm going to refer you to section 17.2, say where there's a disagreement between the Speaker and the person, the ruling of the Speaker is what stands, and I'm not going back on it.
Well, Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I mean, you know, when the people of Northwest Manchester elected me to come here to speak on their behalf, I asked the Minister a simple question. You are trying to answer that question for the Minister. I have to report. I am the one who has been feeling it from the parents. Your children have to come from Trelawney, mine have to cross. When that child that fell in that river and nearly drowned, you were nowhere to be called or to be seen, right? I had to deal with that.
On a point of order, point of order, Madam Speaker.
Don't.
No, come on.
Because
point
that was a child from Northwest Manchester. And all I'm asking, if the Minister can put something
Madam
in
Speaker,
place.
I am appealing to the opposition
and I'm not sitting
leader
down.
of the House to put this member in line. A motion on a point of order is before the House. He's to sit. There's a motion on a point of order.
I am not sitting.
But then Madam Speaker, I would require you to name the member and to advise the Marshal of the House appropriately.
To do what? Marshall vote for me to come inside here? You must be mad.
Member.
Deliberately what I asked the minister a question. You asked that we stand up and ask questions. I asked her a question. And the speaker is trying to answer for the minister.
Member, I have
Well, I don't want nobody to gag me inside here either.
Member, I have ruled. I'm disappointed in your behavior, and I am going to be in the interest of this nation and the children, whether they come from your constituency or my constituency, doesn't matter. Every child in this country counts. And I am asking you to refrain, and we are moving on. Advise him. Advise him.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm on my feet. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of the House, draw your attention to Sunday order, and he said to name the member. So before we move forward, what the leader was asked for must be addressed first. He said, you need to call for the member to be named. He's ignored your ruling constantly and objecting to. So the House leader said, name the member. So you need to name the member that the appropriate action can be taken.
Members, I have advised this House. I am capable of doing what I'm doing. I have heard what has been said, and I have spoken with the leader of opposition business. He has experience, he is calm, and I expect that we will move forward because he will advise his member. This is not the education of our children and the behavior of a member to think his child is more important and to say something that is not true, that I could not be found anywhere, is something I don't want to go down that road with him. As members of Parliament, we have to keep ourselves above a certain level, and that is what I'm going to do. So, House Leader, in the interest of the nation's children and education, we have decided, please move on with the agenda, please.
No, but I think, Madam Speaker, the member needs to acknowledge that he flouted your orders. And it cannot be that the member is allowed to be belligerent about it and to obviously flaunt the rules of this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and without his response, without resiling from that position, he's allowed to go on.
I have ruled, but can I tell you something? Nobody from that side says that the House Leader is out of order, because nobody has been more out of order than the member in his behavior this afternoon. And to say that the House Leader is out of order because he's urging me to use his standing orders is not appropriate. And really and truly, the member, for his years of standing, for the relationship, he says he does not care whether or not this House or myself is disappointed, really owes an apology not to me, but to himself and to this nation.
Madam Speaker, during the question and answer session, you and I had a conversation, and it was quite clear to me that the member, quite feelingly, and in defense of his constituents, really wanted to urge a certain course of action, and you and I discussed a way to deal with that. I believe in that vein, Madam Speaker, we can really move forward on this matter, and I urge that this House do so.
Madam Speaker, I think you are fully au fait with the standing orders and May's standing orders. And these are positions too that we have to take in order to uphold the integrity of this House and to allow for those who are watching to understand that discipline and the decorum of this House has to be maintained. So at least, Madam Speaker, the member needs to show some level of contrition. The member needs to at least acknowledge that he has erred and to resign from that position.
Madam Speaker, can I be allowed to speak?
I'm reading this section, which I'm sure you're about to read.
How do you know that's which one I'm looking at?
Because I'm reading section 43, subsection 4, which is what I'm sure
That's
you
what I was
have
going to
in
call
your
it.
hand.
You read my mind. I was going to call attention to that. So that's not how it's going, Mr. Madam Speaker, to ignore the House leaders. Yes, that I'm sitting.
Northwest, from Northwestern Manchester. House Leader, you are in keeping with the standing orders. For that to take effect, you have to move the motion yourself as House Leader, and then I will do.
And Madam Speaker, I again urge
we ask, opposition member, is that the member display some type of parliamentary behavior and just don't take it for granted that he can behave like that. I didn't want to go to this length.
Madam Speaker.
I certainly did not wish to go to this length.
Speaker.
But I'm speaking, and I still have the right to be heard in silence. I don't want to, and I said repeatedly, and I had discussions with your leader, I did not intend to go this route, but it is really not parliamentary for you to sit in your chair and say what you said, and your attitude is as if you've said it, and I'm not changing, regardless of the standing orders, regardless of any ruling. That doesn't speak well for you as a parliamentarian, neither for your constituents. It is not something that, as parliamentarians, this parliament wants to telegraph to the students who you are talking about, who have just started school. Is that the type of behavior you want to display? Are you saying to them that when a teacher says something in the room, that regardless of how you feel, you are going to do what you want to do? It is not right. I explained to you that I spoke to the leader of opposition business, and you just displayed your behavior just as if he doesn't count, I don't count this part. All that counts is a soundbite you will get from what you have said this evening.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member from North West Manchester disappoints me. He's a member who I have high esteem for. And I observed, I have the highest respect for him. Hold on, I'm coming to you. I'm going to tell you. I have the highest respect for him. I'm on the feet. Highest respect for him. And I was taken aback that he ignored the speaker's instruction continuously. And the speaker called. And I see you were lenient with him. And it says 42 said, if 42 said, when the speaker or chair raised it, everybody must listen silent. And he constantly ignored. And 4 says, if a member shows disregard for the authority of the chair or abuses the rules of the House by persistent and willfully obstructing the business of the House or otherwise, the speaker shall direct the attention of the House to the incident mentioned by name the member concerned. The speaker then shall call upon the minister to move that the member for such constituency be suspended and be named. You have been lenient, and you have tried not to carry through the call of the leader of the House to name the member. Okay? And the member still got up. You have been lenient, Madam Speaker, most lenient. And I think the leader of the House and leader of opposition business, most lenient. So at this stage, it's only one leader. Don't tell me if you sit down. I'm correct on my point. It better if you wait, let me talk. It better if you wait, you know. Let me speak, and speak from here. But allow me to done. Me not say must throw him out and suspend him. Why don't you allow me to speak? Someone can speak up based on the issue then. No. Based on your leniency, Madam Speaker. Based on your leniency, Madam Speaker. Based on your leniency. And I have deepest respect.
Award good behavior.
Thank
School
you.
has just resumed.
Thank you. So I'm saying.
I want the children to believe in this parliament.
Hold on. So, Madam Speaker, based on the whole stuff here and the call from the House Leader, is only one thing, you can't ignore it. But if the member acknowledged is in transgression as such, then, therefore, this section 43(4) will be muted. Madam Speaker, you are very lenient. Very, very lenient.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me say that, it is now 10 years that I've been elected to this House and have had a cordial relationship with every speaker that has sat in that chair and most members, not all, most members in the House. There are times when we rise on our feet here in Parliament and emotions will get the better of us because, like every other member in here, there's pressure that bears upon us as members of Parliament to respond to the plight of our constituents, those who have voted for us, those who have not voted for us. And, in my quest to get some answers, let me apologize to you first, Madam Speaker, if you were offended. She may be offended by some of the things I said and some that I did not. Right? Madam Speaker, you expressed that you were offended. And I apologize if I had offended you. And I also, to the rest of my members here, my colleagues, yes, including Member Warmington, who I've had a very good relationship with. No, but seriously, members, seriously. This is not an easy position that we have offered ourselves to be elected to represent the people. And when times get tough, it's not pressure. Well, pressure comes on you. But we also have to respond. When those of you who have been on this side understand what it is when you're in opposition and you're not getting no response also. But, Madam Speaker, let me apologize that I offended you, and to the leader of government business who tried to scold me just now. But I understand. But I hope, Madam Speaker, that we get some response from the minister. As I said, I don't think what I asked was contentious, but I know that my constituents, especially children, when they can't cross the river, expecting me to respond on how it is that we do get them to school. So it wasn't a matter of your child, my child, but I have to respond to those who cross the river to come to Manchester, if it pleases you, Madam Speaker.
It takes a big person to apologize, and your apology is accepted. We understand. And I want to say, as a speaker, we understand the frustrations you have. We understand what the children are experiencing. And be assured, we all join together as members of Parliament from both sides of the aisle to do what we must in the best interest of all our children. And the matter comes to an end. I know I'm going to call on the Minister of Health for his statement. I know copies of the minister's statement. Minister, you were circulating. They are here for circulation. They are here. Please circulate for me.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, as you are aware, the World Health Organization on July 23rd, 2022 declared monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern. What this designation represents, Madam Speaker, colleagues, is a formal declaration by the WHO of an extraordinary event which is determined to constitute a public health risk to other states through the international spread of disease and to potentially require a coordinated international response. On July 6, 2022, Jamaica recorded its first case, and within the last 24 hours, we have recorded 2 additional cases, bringing the total number of cases in Jamaica to 9. The cases are both locally transmitted and are from the parishes of St. Elizabeth and St. James. Madam Speaker, monkeypox is a rare disease caused by infection with the monkeypox virus. The virus is a zoonotic disease and is part of the same family of viruses known as a variola virus, the virus that causes smallpox. Monkeypox symptoms are similar to smallpox symptoms, but milder, and monkeypox, fortunately, is rarely fatal. To date, the fatality rate thus far internationally has been less than 1% of the persons that have been infected. There have been no deaths associated with monkeypox in Jamaica. Monkeypox, Madam Speaker, is spread through close face-to-face, skin-to-skin, or direct contact. This is currently what is known about the disease, and it is important that we highlight that while there are some conversations happening within the scientific community whether monkeypox is a sexually transmitted disease, at this point in time, it is not classified as a sexually transmitted disease. Of the total number of persons that have been confirmed with the disease in Jamaica, 2, Madam Speaker, have been categorized through our epidemiological profiling as imported cases, while all other confirmed cases have been categorized as locally transmitted cases. As such, Madam Speaker, it is imperative that the public take due regard to the signs and symptoms associated with the disease. That includes the following symptoms: fever, chills, intense headache, extreme exhaustion, muscle ache and backache, swollen lymph nodes, and a rash that usually appears 1 to 3 days after the onset of the fever. Madam Speaker, since the alert by our epidemiological unit and subsequent declaration by the WHO, the public health team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness has created a risk profile for the disease. The main risks include the disease spreading in country, and the fact that 2 of the 9 cases are traced back to imported cases, the rest are not, is an indication that there is internal spread. Given that cases are locally transmitted, there is a high probability that more cases are within the population and are not detected by public health and may cause further spread, Madam Speaker. High risk of stigma which is the other feature, and discrimination being associated with the disease, resulting in underdetection or detecting and late intervention for clinical management of severe cases, as well as the efficacy of containment measures, and transmission outbreak in other vulnerable populations to include school-age children. So, Madam Speaker, there are risks, particularly because of the unknown, which is how the virus is spreading, particularly within the population, stigma associated with the virus, and the possibility of the virus penetrating into particular vulnerable populations, including the school population. In identifying these risks, a management plan was developed in July 2022 that is aimed at achieving the following objectives, Madam Speaker. Containment of monkeypox and elimination of the disease in country, provide public education and social marketing strategies to optimize behavioral change, and increase the use of infection prevention and control measures within the population. Management stigma and discrimination that may be associated with the disease is another strategic objective, and management and engagement of all of society response to the disease. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight some of the key outputs of the plan to date and some of the critical actions that are to be taken to achieve the stated goals of these interventions. Coordination. On July 2022, the Ministry established the Health Emergency Operations Center, EOC, and also activated the regional and parish EOCs. This is to ensure the effective coordination of action at all levels of the health system. So it's about the community intervention, the contact tracing, and of course the response through hospitalization and follow-up. So that's coordination. The next is surveillance. Since June 2022, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization developed and implemented a program of capacity development that ensured that the National Public Health Lab and the University Hospital of the West Indies had the ability to test for and categorize the virus. Testing, very, very important, and we have developed the capacity for that. These test results are produced within 24 hours, Madam Speaker, of the lab receiving the samples, and have played an integral role in the containment and management efforts of public health, as active cases can be identified and contact tracing can be done to ensure that persons in direct or close contact can be sensitized to the risks and be appropriate, isolated, or quarantined. To date, we have quarantined, Madam Speaker, over 45 persons. So of the 7 confirmed cases, persons who the contact tracing picked up, who came into contact with these persons, have been quarantined. Over 45 of those persons considered close contacts. And contact tracing is continuing, particularly with the 2 last diagnoses over the last 24 hours. The other action is legislative action. On July 11th, 2022, the Central Health Committee was convened and made recommendation to the Minister of Health and Wellness for the proclamation of rules and regulations under the Public Health Act, Public Enforcement Measures, July of 2022. Given these recommendations, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in collaboration with the Attorney General's Chambers and the Chief Parliamentary Council, defined new quarantine orders for monkeypox. These new orders take into consideration the fact that the virus has an incubation period of 5 to 21 days, and for persons who are infected with the virus, they can be contagious for up to 28 days. That's what the clinical evidence is suggesting. Madam Speaker, there's a difference here between the COVID response and monkeypox. Under the COVID rules of engagement, we normally issue the quarantine orders when persons are released from hospital to go home and stay put in a safe space. Given the first case of the diagnosed case of the individual leaving without authorization from the Mapen Hospital, we have adjusted those rules where the quarantine order is imposed immediately in order to just be absolutely certain that persons will comply. and given the period of the impact of the virus, both in terms of developing but also in terms of the period it takes on average to be contagious, 28 days, we have to keep that timeline in mind in terms of the orders. The other is clinical management. The ministry has issued the clinical management guidelines to our public and private clinicians to ensure that patients that present with this disease can be treated in the most effective way. Additionally, we revised and circulated new infection prevention and control procedures to protect those with within health facilities. One aspect of these new procedures, Madam Speaker, is the creation of appropriate isolation spaces from those provided for COVID-19 patients. So we are not mixing the two. Plans are now being finalized for all health facilities where necessary to be retrofitted to meet the requirements for the revised procedures. The other area is vaccine, Madam Speaker. Through our collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, Jamaica will receive by the end of September a very limited supply of vaccines. We are advised that the manufacturers of the smallpox vaccine that has been shown to be effective for protecting persons from monkeypox have supplied limited amounts to the market, and as such, only approximately 3,500 doses of the vaccine have been promised to us. We can't get it to buy. It's not on the open market. It is to be noted that we may not receive this amount as the supply of the vaccine is in high demand with very limited supply, and we're in a line basically. Other countries, particularly more powerful developed countries, tend to be ahead of us, as has been the case in the past. In an effort to maximize the use of the vaccine and achieve the objectives for containment, Cabinet has given approval for the administering of the vaccine in this phase as a post-exposure prophylaxis. What this means, Madam Speaker, and it's important that this Parliament and the public understands this very clearly, is that the vaccine, once in country, will be administered to only persons who come into close contact with a diagnosed patient, with someone who contracted monkeypox. So persons, based on the contact tracing, who would have been exposed to an individual with the virus, which is why it's called post-exposure prophylaxis, as opposed to pre-exposure. I see my colleague who's a medical doctor smiling at me. I'm not sure if I have the pronunciation correctly. Right? These persons would include, Madam Speaker, healthcare workers involved in direct care of monkeypox patients with inappropriate personal protective equipment, and household contacts of confirmed cases to include sexual partners. Once we have received more doses of the vaccine, the prioritization method will be refined and the public will be advised. The truth is, in some countries where they have more access, persons are given the vaccine to protect themselves even if they are not exposed. In this instance, because of the limitations, we have to go for the most risky group, and the exposed group would be the highest risk at this point in time. We have been advised by PAHO that it is not anticipated that additional doses will be made available to Jamaica, Madam Speaker, before 2023. So that's a big challenge.
The Minister's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, how much time? 5 minutes. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the member be given an additional 5 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues. So we do have a challenge with vaccine availability, given what we have been told, 2023 before adequate supplies are in the marketplace. So we have to manage what we can get while pushing the non-clinical measures. In terms of risk communication, the Ministry has developed a communication program aimed at sensitizing the public around some key messaging for monkeypox. These include, but are not limited to, what is monkeypox and what are its symptoms, the practice, infection prevention and control measures, washing of hands, wearing of masks, physical distancing where possible, isolating and contacting your doctor if you suspect you may have monkeypox, and public engagement to eliminate monkeypox in Jamaica. We also want to emphasize that everyone is vulnerable. No one is immune to monkeypox. I mean, the vaccine will give you some protection because we do not want any impression to be given that only certain segments of the population, once exposed, can contract the virus or the disease. And that we should be considerate of those who might be infected or affected by the disease. And the final important messaging with the communication is that monkeypox is not a gay disease, which has been a popular sentiment globally and certainly nationally. In the coming days and months, Madam Speaker, the Ministry intends to increase the program of engagement around these key messages. Our strategy will involve the engagement of the people at the community levels throughout our partnerships with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Minister Mackenzie and his team, and this will be critical to overall implementation of the communication program. Madam Speaker, it has long been a philosophy of mine that in public health, partnerships must play a critical role in how we address these national threats if we are to be successful. As such, we will also engage our churches, our non-governmental organizations, and the private sector in joining with us to mitigate this emerging threat. Madam Speaker, we are mindful of the impact that COVID-19 has had on the education system and the threat that monkeypox may have if we do not ensure we contain and manage the spread of the disease in country. Accordingly, we will be engaging our stakeholders in the Ministry of Education and Youth to ensure that we gain their support in ensuring that there is no realization of a perceived risk to the system. Madam Speaker, again, the public health team is being called upon to be at the forefront of another health emergency, another health threat. And we are up to the task, and this government is fully ready and supportive of these measures, ready to take on this new challenge. I must take time to acknowledge the support of the Honourable Prime Minister and the Cabinet. We have discussed this issue at length. We are not attempting to raise or to create panic in the population, but we do believe we have an obligation to provide information in order for persons to protect themselves and also to prepare the public health system to deal with any eventuality that may arise out of this threat. We again call for all hands to be on deck as we seek to protect the lives and livelihood of the people of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, first I want to thank the Minister for giving this update to the country on provision so far. But there's just one thing that strikes me in terms of the presentation, Minister, is that it was only in July of 2022 that the Ministry established the Emergency Operations Center. And there was no suggestion that anything prior to this has been done, except the undertaking by PAHO to equip the laboratories in Jamaica. That was done in June, and the training to do that. You will recall, Minister, that it was as far back as the 23rd of May that I said that the government should put plans into place just in case monkeypox reaches here, because Jamaica is what it is. But I'm happy that you have made the statement in Parliament. The fact is we're on the recess when this should have been made and consequently could not have been made. And I'm very happy with the last part of the presentation that you indicate that it is no need for us to be alarmed about the fact that monkeypox is here. It is not the same level in giving the assurance to the population as was the case with and is with COVID-19. I think that the measures that, most of the measures so far that have been implemented, except the runaway from the hospital at Maypen, speaks to the capacity of the public health team to handle this, and I want to commend them for what they have done so far. However, I still would like to see a little more contact tracing because, as you have said, and the evidence has pointed to, Minister, is that cases have appeared in the country where they have had no contact with imported cases, which suggests that within the population we have people circulating who have monkeypox, who are contagious, but have not come to the forefront in terms of being found by the public health team. And this is something that is of concern to us as a country because it runs the risk of an explosion if these persons are allowed to go around without being quarantined and without being treated. The point about the quarantine order, Minister, I know that you said that you have been working with AG's department. Has this been put out there as yet? Okay. And there's one other concern. The number of promised doses. I know that so far we have only about 45 persons who have been exposed based on this report, and it is unlikely that all those 45 persons would use any of the doses that you're going to get because they would have been out of the period by the time you get the doses if you haven't gotten it yet. But there are 2 doses we understand that each person would need, and this would translate into about 1,750 doses or persons who would be treated. Hopefully we won't get there, but I'm also hoping that as a country we can get those amount there. And Minister, I think that the public needs to be given the information, but at the same time needs to be reassured that it is not, as we would say in Jamaica, hell and powder house. The reality is that it is a disease that is contagious, but if contained within a specified period of time, it can be appropriately controlled. But we still expect your ministry, you, Minister, to give the country the information as it arises so that people will have an idea as to what is happening. People will have an idea as to how to protect themselves. People will have an idea based on your public health messages that go out there that they can protect themselves. And I would also want to add, Minister, that even though the Ministry of Health has indicated that, part of the measures that we still need to emphasize is the same COVID-19 measures that have been practiced, have been proven to be effective in terms of the mask wearing, in terms of the groupings of people together, in terms of the crowding, overcrowding, because somebody may be hiding monkeypox under the clothes. That's the reality. And then you go into an exposed area and you run the risk of getting it. So, Minister, I want to urge continued communication with the public. I want to urge that the increase in the contact tracing and the public health measures. And I want to say to you that you can commend your team for the work that they have been doing.
Madam Speaker, I think the member has just primarily expressed his position, which I accept and take on board, not necessarily a question. So I'll just make one comment, which is agree that the extent to which most of the cases discovered so far have their genesis in internal transmission as opposed to imports from overseas is a cause for concern. We are concerned about it, the team. It means that there is internal spread, which means that potentially the disease can become, is endemic to the local environment. And we are concerned that this is amplified by the stigma, which is resulting in late presentation, people turning up at the hospital when they are well advanced, when they are feeling not well enough that they think they can stay home to avoid being discovered, for want of a better word. And this is creating some challenges for the public health system. So We have to be vigilant. I'm fully with you. We have to communicate. We have to get the prevention messages out there, the protocols, and we certainly intend to do that, and we solicit all of Jamaica's support in that regard, as well as your own voice, which represents, I'm sure, a voice of influence. And unlike you who commended my team, I want to commend you and your team for the work and encourage you to continue that work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry paper numbers 62 to 68 entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues, and they are dated Cabinet Agenda Issue dated 2022 March 7, 14, 21 and 28, and 2022 April 4, 11 and 25 respectively. Annual report of the Jamaica Business Development Corporation for the year 2018-2019. Annual report of the Office of the Political Ombudsman for the year 2020. The Auditor General's Department certified appropriation account for head 28,054, Court Management Services for the year 2015-2016, head 28,000A, Ministry of Justice for the year 2018-2019, head 46,000, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport for 2017-2018, head 19,048, National Environment and Planning Agency for the year 2018-2019, 20,018 Public Debt Servicing for the year 2018-2019, and head 56,000 Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology for the year 2018-2019.
Madam Speaker, just a query in relation to the announcements. We have seen and we welcome the cabinet decisions to Parliament, but in these decisions I've noted the appointments of 34 boards by the cabinet, and we are on the assumption that the policies that were tabled in May 2018 on the appointment of government boards, that those policies are now in place. We're taking it that those various criteria, the elements of the appointments and so on, that those are done. If not, probably we could get an update. But the assumption is that those policies are in place. Not as yet?
I think you were talking about the regulations. I think you were talking about the policy from before.
Well, in May 2018, the Minister of Finance indicated we assume that those policies are now in place. All right. I think that is very important for us to share.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Leprosy Repeal Act 2022.
Questions and answers to questions? I don't see anybody.
Madam Speaker, the House Leader had given a commitment that questions in my name to the Prime Minister on the funding of the campaign for the Secretary General of the Commonwealth would have been answered today. He has subsequently given an assurance that those answers would be provided next week. So I want to be assured by the House Leader that next week will actually hold, given that he made a commitment for today.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, yes, the member, we had conversations in that regard. But I just want to move for good order, that it being after 3:15, that I move the motion that the question and answers be allowed as per the standing order requirements. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sittings of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and I have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Firearms, Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022.
A bill shortly entitled the Firearms, Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022, read the first time.
Public business.
No, yes. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of a second reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take a second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Public business.
We'll meet tomorrow.
Madam Speaker, the single item on public business for the day will be the opening of the debate on the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulations Act 2022 to be taken by the Honourable Minister of National Security. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Chang, invite you to ask for suspension of the standing orders to take. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill, notes of which I gave earlier, and also for me to take it through all its concluding stages.
Question for the House is that there's we ask for suspension of the standing orders to allow the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier, to open the debate and to take it through all its stages. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Dr. Chang, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may I be permitted to speak from a seat other than my own? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am open debate on the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act. It has been some time in coming, but in making my contribution this evening, debate is situated in our national and regional context of crime and violence. Context that is important because it orients policy, and in this case, it underpins the government's strong, deliberate, intentional, and data-informed policy on firearms. This matter has been discussed for some time, as I indicate, but we are now here today, and I want to again thank the members of the Joint Select Committee and the technical team that worked to bring it here. Madam Speaker, the Inter-American Development Bank study called Crime and Violence, Obstacles in Development in Latin America and the Caribbean Cities called attention to the fact that, and I quote, easy availability of firearms and the abundance of drug trafficking networks, advanced fee fraud in our local context, exacerbate criminal violence, and sustained exposure to domestic and interpersonal violence is a factor, further factor that influences future violence, both in terms of victimization and perpetration. The study goes on to confirm that, and I quote again, Latin America and the Caribbean remains the most violent region on the planet, with a 2015 homicide rate of 23 per 100,000, inhabitants, 23 per 100,000 inhabitants, 4 times higher than the world average. The region accounts for some 39% of world homicides, though it has only 9% of the global population. Of course, some of this might be wider than expected because we may be carrying better statistics in this region in some areas. But the reality is that we have one of the highest homicide rates in any region. Furthermore, the region as a whole has registered more than 2.5 million murders since 2000, roughly 75% of which were firearm related. What's more, all else being equal, the regional murder rate was expected to grow from approximately 22 per 100,000 in 2017 to around 35 per 100,000 by 2030. Jamaica has been among the top 5 countries over the last 20 years, unfortunately. Madam Speaker, these are the facts we are faced with. Jamaica is part of the most violent region on the planet, with roughly 75% of murders in this region being firearm related. At the national level, crime statistics show that last year, 2021, 85% of total murders and 80% of all robberies involved the use of a firearm. This trend has continued into this year, as year-to-date statistics indicate that up to August 27, 2022, 842 or 85% of the 996 murders recorded nationally were carried out with the use of a gun. High rates of cocaine production and trafficking in South America, coupled with a significant increase in advance fee fraud in Jamaica, commonly referred to locally as lotto scamming, have afforded young men who earn from these criminal practices to use their ill-gotten gains and resources to acquire firearms for protection and to build out gangs. While we continue to collaborate with our bilateral partners to stem the influx of illegal firearms and implement policies to strengthen our border management and maritime surveillance measures, the fact is Jamaica possesses approximately 145 unofficial ports of entry to also be exploited by these criminals for the operation of contraband and trafficking into our country, into and out of Jamaica. Given this proliferation of illegal firearms in the country, it is not surprising that the security forces have reported a steady rate of firearm recovery over the years. Since 2018, the security forces have taken more than 3,200 illegal firearms and in excess of 53,000 rounds of ammunition from our streets. In fact, the security forces have seized upwards of 625 firearms annually, and based on the firearms seized so far this year, they are well on course to surpass the 703 firearms that were seized in 2021. As the police become more effective at intercepting the killers, however, we find that they are changing their tactics and in fact are becoming far more brutal. And we'll see from the statistics that while we have seen a reduction in the number of shootings, there's actually an increase in homicides, because they have adopted practices such as drive-by shooting at crowds, and while they're seeking a single victim, they have 3, 4, 5 people who are hurt, literally, as collateral damage to criminal activity. This, of course, raises the threat fear in our society and, of course, poses new challenges that we have to deal with. But again, it's the easy accessibility to firearms and the availability to all the criminal practitioners that make this kind of activity so prevalent and, of course, damaging to our society. So, Madam Speaker, what we have today in Jamaica are well-funded and resourced criminals with relative ease of access to high-powered weapons and other firearms who are engaging each other in shootouts and are attacking the police and killing law-abiding citizens. As a responsible government, knowing the impact that the regional guns for drugs trade is having in our country, knowing the pain and suffering the armed gangs and thugs are inflicting on our people and the havoc they are causing in the communities, and mindful of the crisis of criminal violence that we have on our hands, we had to take major action. This government had to respond to this crisis with a strong, comprehensive, and impactful piece of legislation with a mandatory minimum sentence that will effectively deter criminals. This piece of legislation is punitive, but more importantly, it will help to save Jamaican lives. This government is sensitive to what is happening on the ground. we know that illegal firearms are being used to cut down the lives of our young men. This Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022 is intended to curb the murder projections and stem the tide of criminal violence in our country. We know that legislation alone will not reduce the level of homicide overnight, but we are confident that this piece of legislation presents a strong deterrent to persons who are involved in trafficking, diversion, manufacture, stockpiling, and movement of firearms, their parts, components, and ammunition. And we will not apologize for that, the severity of the penalty being legislated. This is an effective tool for police who have been successfully apprehending and prosecuting, but the current system has become a revolving door for hardened criminals that we must close. Madam Speaker, the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022 seeks to repeal and replace the Firearms Act of 1967 that addresses the current criminal landscape in Jamaica and presents a strong response to the proliferation of illegal firearms within our jurisdiction. As I had indicated during my tabling of this bill in July of this year, the bill establishes a dual regime, distinguishing between prohibited weapons or unregulated weapons and activities connected thereto and firearms that are duly authorized or registered. This will notably improve for the regulation and enforcement of firearms industry. Madam Speaker, I will take the House through a clause-by-clause analysis of the bill. The bill is divided into 10 parts. Part 1, preliminaries, clause 1 to 4, has a short title and commencement, the interpretation, the objects of the Act, and a qualification as to parts 2 and 4 of the Act. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it is noted that at clause 1 and 2, different days may be appointed under subsection 1 in respect of a different provision of this Act. This is to account for the fact that several new provisions relating to marking of firearms, clause 29, the establishment of a new national firearms register, clause 88, will require the acquisition of a new equipment or the establishment of systems and structures for effective implementation. Clause 2 of the bill, Clause 2 of the bill sets out key concepts and terms used throughout the bill to include new and amended definitions such as ammunition means by any article consisting of a complete cartridge or round or any component of a cartridge or round, and includes A, cartridge case, B, primer, C, propellant, or D, bullet or projectile that can be used in a firearm. Brokering includes exporting, importing, financing, mediating, purchasing, selling, transferring, transporting, freight, forwarding, supplying, and delivering firearms and ammunition of such type and at such place as may be specified in a firearm broker's license. Firearm, A, means any one-barrel weapon which discharges or is designed to discharge any shot, bullet, or other projectile, or 2, prohibited weapon unless the context otherwise requires and includes any such weapons created as 3D printed weapons or otherwise created through the use of electronic software. B includes any parts and components of any weapon referred to in paragraph A, and does not include an air rifle, air gun, or air pistol of a type or caliber prescribed by the minister. This definition is a new definition which takes into consideration advances in technology and moving the times, and therefore future-proofing this piece of legislation for some time. Modification in relation to firearms or ammunition means any act that results in difference in the appearance, function, or performance of the firearm. Ammunition, B, includes alteration and affecting repairs, and C does not include changing the choke on a shotgun. Parts and components mean any items or replacement items specifically designed for a firearm and essential to its operation, and includes A, a barrel, frame or receiver, slide, cylinder, magazine, firing pin, mainspring, bolt, or breech lock. B, any part designed solely or exclusively for converting a semi-automatic to an automatic firearm and C, any device designed or adapted to diminish the sound caused by firing a firearm. This conversion to automatic firearms is a particularly critical aspect of the bill. Prohibited firearms are any artillery, any automatic firearm, any rifle of a prescribed caliber, any light machine gun or heavy machine gun, any submachine gun, any firearm in respect of which no firearm authorization is granted under Part 5. Any other type of firearm prescribed by the minister, or any other parts or components, or any item referred to in any of paragraphs A to G. Prohibited weapons: A, any prohibited firearm, any grenade, bomb, or other light missile, any missile or missile launcher, any projectile or rocket manufactured to be discharged from any item referred to in any of paragraph B to C. E, any imitation of any weapon or device referred to in any of paragraph A to D. F, any ammunition stockpiled in the quantity referred to in section 6.2b or in a person's possession in the quantity referred to in section 10.2b.2. G, such other weapon or devices may be prescribed by the minister or any parts or components of an item referred to in any of paragraphs B to G. 3D printed firearm means a barrel weapon which discharges or is designed to discharge any shot, bullet, or other projectile that is mostly produced or manufactured with a 3D printer or any other type of electronic software. Traffic in relation to any firearm, ammunition, prohibited weapon, or other categories of conventional arms means that the import, export, transit, transshipment, brokering, acquisition, sale, delivery, movement, or transfer of the firearm, ammunition, prohibited weapon, or other categories of conventional arms, whether within Jamaica or across Jamaica's border. 3, Madam Speaker, the inclusion of some of these definitions should facilitate effective prosecution of firearm-related offences. I will change that. I will change that. I want to correct that. It's all right. No, it's all right. I think I left it. Clause 3 of the bill outlines the objective it speaks to establishing, and the clause is so well written, I'm inclined to almost read the entire thing. But it outlines the framework which prohibits firearms and ammunition that are illicitly traded and which regards possession of those prohibited firearms and ammunition as a foundation on which other heinous and violent criminals are committed, and to provide distinct from that framework a regime for the regulation of firearms and ammunition that are lawfully acquired and duly registered. Right? It, in fact, without extending time, it reads, where the general objective of this act is to establish a framework which prohibits firearms and ammunition that are illicitly traded, and which regards possession of those prohibited firearms and ammunition as the foundation on which other heinous and violent crimes are committed, and to provide, distinct from that framework, a regime for the regulation of firearms and ammunition that are largely acquired and duly registered. The particular objectives of this act are to eliminate illegal possession, manufacture, trafficking, proliferation, and use of prohibited weapons, particularly through the provision of appropriate penalties which deter such activities. B, provide for and promote effective management and regulation of the firearm industry through the establishment of a robust licensing regime, establish standards that are in keeping with internationally recognized norms and best practices for the firearm industry. D, regulate the lawful manufacture, possession, and use of firearms and ammunition in the interest of personal and public safety. And C, align this legal framework in respect of firearms and ammunition with Jamaica's international treaty and obligations. Madam Speaker, Clause 4 states that unless otherwise specifically provided in this Act, Part 2 shall not apply to any firearms or ammunition regulated under Part 4. And the provisions of Part 4 shall not apply in respect of prohibited weapons. This is important as the penalty regime for the offences related to prohibited firearms are more stringent than those related to the regulated firearm. That may be putting it tactfully. 6, recalling my introductory remarks, I outlined the makeup of the bill and the rationale for the separation of regimes, wherein more stringent penalties are presented for firearms which have never been a part of the regulatory framework. In this regard, Part 2 of the bill, Clause 5 to 19, outlines the prohibition in respect of firearms and ammunition and makes specific reference to the activities that are strictly prohibited, such as possession, simplicity, stockpiling, manufacturing, trafficking, diversion, and dealing in prohibited weapons, among others. Madam Speaker, because of the nature of these penalties, I shall explain in detail the rationale for each provision in Part 2 of the bill and the penalty provision attached. Clause 5 speaks to the possession and simplicity of a prohibited weapon as defined. The Act provides that no person shall possess a prohibited weapon, and any person who contravenes this section commits a felony and shall on conviction be sentenced to imprisonment for life and a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years before being eligible for parole. Madam Speaker, the rationale for the penalty provision lies in the statistics. As noted earlier, a review of the data for the current year shows that as of August 2022, some 962 murders were recorded, 813 or 85% of which were committed using a firearm, which was likely illicitly trafficked. Indeed, this pattern is true for the last 21 years throughout Jamaica and on the criminal landscape. Data show that in 2020, in the High Court Division of the Gun Court, illegal possession of firearm and the legal possession of ammunition accounted for the highest shares of cases, with 33.68% and 20.38% respectively of the sample. Shooting with intent accounted for the next highest incidence. Having regard to these statistics as well as the high annual seizure of illegal firearms, it is clear that the prohibited weapons pose the greatest danger to national security, public safety, and the safety of all Jamaican citizens. Accordingly, stringent penalties are attached to offences involving the possession of or use of a prohibited weapon and attract mandatory sentences of imprisonment. This penalty regime, Madam Speaker, should be sufficiently punitive to match the seriousness of those offences and the criminal activity associated with such firearm. Clause 6 of the bill deals with stockpiling and makes an offence for any person to be in possession of or cause to accumulate 3 or more prohibited weapons or 50 or more rounds of ammunition. The penalty provision is imprisonment for life and the mandatory minimum term of imprisonment for 20 years before becoming eligible for parole. The stockpiler is the one who is managing the guns and the one who is distributing to young people or young adults, young men, firearms to carry out criminal activity. They are therefore even more dangerous than the man pulling the trigger. Stockpiling therefore will demand a more serious penalty. Stockpiling a weapon outside of the framework of an authorization is a threat to the state, and this is more egregious for the stockpiling of prohibited weapons. Stockpiled weapons pose a risk to public safety, a security threat to the society, and ultimately a challenge to the state's monopoly and the use of force. Consequently, introduction of harsher penalties than those present in the Act for offences such as stockpiling aims to strengthen the capability of law enforcement officers to tackle the present issues facing the country. Clause 7 introduces the offence of trafficking in prohibited weapons and criminalizes a person who imports, exports, transmits, transship, brokers, acquires, sells, delivers, moves, or transfers prohibited weapons from or within Jamaica or across Jamaica's borders. The penalty for trafficking is imprisonment for life with a mandatory term of imprisonment of 20 years before becoming eligible for parole. Madam Speaker, the trafficking of firearms across the region has had a significant impact on the wave of crime within Jamaica and indeed across the entire Caribbean. Firearms trafficking often takes place to satisfy demand from criminals who require the arms for use in various unlawful activities. With the absence of the offence of trafficking in the current legislation, there is a significant gap to curb this offence. Furthermore, as the country strives to satisfy our international obligations under the Firearms Protocol, the Arms Trade Treaty, introduction of tracking will no doubt aid prosecution. Madam Speaker, there have been reports of individuals found with multiple firearms, in fact, well over a dozen, and the only charge was still possession. And oftentimes by pleading guilty with some kind of explanation and effective defense laws, which we have many, they get some very light sentencing. Clause 8 criminalizes possession of a prohibited weapon with intent to traffic and provides for a penalty of imprisonment for life with a mandatory minimum sentence of 20 years before becoming eligible for parole. Introduction of this provision is relevant where the prosecution can prove the knowledge component of possession for the purpose of trafficking by showing that an individual either had actual knowledge of the offense or that the individual was willfully blind to the presence of the firearm. 11, the offense of manufacture of prohibited weapon or possession of device, therefore, is outlined in Clause 9 and provides a penalty of imprisonment for life with a mandatory term of imprisonment of 20 years before becoming eligible for parole. This provision goes further to state that at subclause 3, that 3, no person shall possess a digital blueprint of a prohibited weapon. That is the new technology available, as someone could download a software and in fact manufacture a firearm on their kitchen table. If he's found with such blueprint with the required machine, he's subject to the same penalty as the possession of a prohibited weapon. B, a digital blueprint of any device with intent to manufacture a 3D printed firearm that's a prohibited weapon. A person who contravenes Section 3 commits a felony and shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life with a mandatory term of imprisonment of 10 years before becoming eligible for parole. Clause 10 prohibits the dealing in prohibited weapons and sets out the circumstances for dealing, wherein if a person buys or sells any prohibited weapon or conducts any broker in respect of a prohibited weapon or is in possession of 2 or more prohibited weapons or 20 or more rounds of ammunition, that person commits an offense and is liable to conviction to imprisonment for life and a mandatory term of imprisonment for 20 years before becoming eligible for parole. Clause 11 prohibits the taking of firearms or ammunition in pawn and applies to firearms and ammunition that are prohibited weapons and firearms and ammunition regulated under Part 4. A person who contravenes this provision commits a felony and is liable on conviction before a circuit court to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. It's the pawnbroker. Clause 12 introduces the offense of diversion and criminalizes any person in Jamaica or a Jamaican citizen outside of Jamaica who is involved whether directly or indirectly in any activity that results in the movement of any firearms, ammunition, or the category of conventional arms from a person who is authorized to possess, use or traffic such firearm, ammunition, or other category of conventional arms from the illicit market to a person who is not so authorized to possess, use, or traffic these items from the illicit market. The diversion of firearms is a key international security concern, as unregulated firearms, Madam Speaker, can perpetuate and exacerbate conflict and armed violence and contribute to insecurity and instability. Indeed, we in Jamaica have a particular problem that many of the major suppliers and organizers of criminal activity are based overseas. And they are the ones who are shipping in and supplying the required firearm. The need to deal with them very effectively is crucial because, in fact, they are the principal cause of the challenge we are faced with. The diversion of firearms is a key international, The prevention of diversion is a significant element of the Arms Trade Treaty, which is the first international instrument that establishes common international standards to ensure greater responsibility and transparency in the global arms trade. A person who commits the offense of diversion is liable upon conviction before a circuit court for a term of imprisonment of not less than 15 years, no more than 25 years. Clause 13 prohibits an alteration of ballistic signature, conversion of a firearm or prohibited weapon, provides that 1, no person shall, do anything to a firearm which will alter the ballistic signature of the firearm, is the key to identifying the current use of a firearm. B, convert into a firearm anything which is not a firearm, or C, convert into a prohibited weapon anything which is not a prohibited weapon. Applicable penalties at clause 13.2 and 13.4 for these offenses should serve as a deterrent for persons who are minded to conduct these prohibited activities. 60. This Honourable House is asked to note that as part of this country's obligation on the Firearms Protocol, Jamaica is mandated to take necessary measures to prevent the illicit manufacturing and trafficking of firearms and ammunition. Therefore, absence of a manufacturer marks that are placed in a firearm at the point of manufacture would be indicative of illicit manufacturing. Firearms that are manufactured without the manufacturer's mark, in particular serial number, are described as ghost guns that pose a significant challenge to international tracking and tracing efforts. Clause 14 provides that no person shall use or attempt to use a firearm or imitation firearm with the intention to commit or to aid the commission of a felony, or to resist or prevent the lawful apprehension of detention of himself or some other person. The penalty provided for in 14.4 is a term of imprisonment of not less than 20 years nor more than 25 years. This section, Madam Speaker, makes a link to several pieces of legislation outlined in the first schedule in accordance with 14.3. 3. A person who, at the time of committing, or B, at the time when that person is apprehended for any offense specified in the first schedule, and in that person's possession a firearm or imitation firearm, commits a felony. We thought it important to retain this provision for all those criminals and wannabe criminals out there to recognize that brandishing a firearm will extend to other offenses that are not only expressed within the law. It is a message that any form of intimidation will not be tolerated. This section applies to prohibited weapons and to firearms regulated under Part 4 of the Act. Clause 15 deals with possession of firearm ammunition with intent to injure or cause damage and criminalize a person who is in possession of any firearm or ammunition whose intention is it to injure any person or cause serious damage to property, or by enabling any other person to injure a person or cause serious damage to property, whether or not any injury to a person or damage to property has been caused. The penalty provided for in 15.2 is imprisonment for such term not less than 15 years nor more than 25 years, and also applies to firearms and ammunition regulated under Part 4. In other words, the legal firearm holder cannot go about using his firearm for illegal purposes and gets a lighter penalty. Clause 16 is an extremely important provision that provides that removal, alteration, etc. of a mark, it states that no person shall remove, alter, modify, or in any other manner tamper with any mark referred to in Section 29, whether in relation to firearms regulated under Part 4 or any other firearm. The penalty is a fine of $5 million or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years in the parish court, or a fine and imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years in the circuit court. Madam Speaker, it is vital for firearms to be marked with information that is essential for tracking and verifying the history and movements of the firearm itself. This prevents the latter from leaving the official system and entering the black market. Also, there are international regulations governing the production of firearms, including the marking activity. It must be understood that any person who knowingly removes a mark would be doing so with nefarious intent, as these firearms are impossible to trace and can affect meaningful forensic investigation. Of course, note that we have developed an extremely efficient, modern forensic ballistic lab as part of our legal medicine unit. These regulations will, of course, mean that those who violate them, we will find them and apprehend them and treat them accordingly. Clause 17 criminalizes a person who transfers firearms, ammunition, other categories of conventional arms, or any prohibited weapon if the transfers are in violation of any resolution of the United Nations Security Council under Chapter 7 of the United Nations Charter, in particular in relation to arms embargoes. Chapter 7 allows the Council to determine the existence of any threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, to make military and non-military action to restore international peace and security. The breach of any of this decision by the UN Security Council is considered a serious offense, which may result in sanctions. Additionally, the Arms Trade Treaty mandates that states take measures to prevent the transfer of conventional arms in violation of a decision by the United Nations Security Council. As such, the penalty is a term of imprisonment not exceeding 20 years in accordance with 17.3. This section applies to acts committed by a person, A, by a person in Jamaica, or B, outside of Jamaica by a Jamaican citizen or a company incorporated in Jamaica. And this one seeks to fulfill our international obligations. The bill at Clause 18 establishes the offense of seeking benefit, etc., through professing to have or to have access to a firearm. As such, one, a person shall not, in order to gain an unlawful benefit or cause apprehension to any person, profess to have or have access to a firearm. 2, a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits a felony. This new provision will align the Act with current realities wherein persons or criminal organizations often seek benefits through extortion, intimidation, through professing to be in possession of a firearm. It is noted that a similar provision is in the Anti-Gang Act. The penalty is a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years in the parish court or 15 years in the circuit court. Included in Clause 19 is the power of the minister to declare firearm amnesty. Through this provision, the minister may declare a firearm amnesty by order subject to affirmative resolution. This amnesty would allow persons who may be in possession of illegal firearms the opportunity to surrender these weapons to the state without the fear of prosecution. The amnesty may be declared upon the minister being satisfied that it may result in a reduction in the number of illegally possessed firearms or ammunition in the country. And we look forward with an associated active public education to pursue an amnesty after the appointed day of notice and before we implement and start the prosecution of this particular act. We note the action there, the penalties are severe. It was deliberate to send a message that we are not tolerating any activity associated with a prohibited firearm, including possession, but we'll give the opportunity to a number of individuals who may so have to surrender them to the police without fear of prosecution for a short period. Madam Speaker, firearm amnesties have been used globally as an operational tool to reduce high levels of armed violence resulting from the proliferation of firearms and ammunition. Examples of countries where successful amnesties have been employed are Australia and South Africa. But I wish to advise this Honourable House that as soon as this bill is entered into force, it is my intention to utilize the provision to establish a gun amnesty to get rid of the illegal weapons off the streets for those who are not inclined to have them for criminal use. This alongside a robust public education program and expansion of the Get the Guns program, because this administration will not relent. We must rid our country of illegal firearms and ammunition. Those who do not heed will feel the full force of this new legislation, the strict and stringent penalty regime to be in effect. Part 3 of the bill, Clause 20 to 26, outlines the provision in respect of the Firearms Licensing Authority. And we don't have to go into as much detail at this stage. What I have just gone through is the detail of Section 2, which is the new section dealing with prohibited firearms as defined earlier in the Act. A fundamental difference in this new framework, of course, for the Firearms Licensing Authority, Madam Speaker, is the establishment of a Firearms Licensing Authority as a body corporate, to which Section 38 of the Interpretation Act applies. Clause 20. As a body corporate, the authority will have its own legal identity and will now be empowered to perform several activities to include entering into contracts in its own name, initiating and responding to legal claims, acquiring real and personal property, and using its own official seal. The lack of a legal status of the FLA has presented a number of challenges for members of the Board of Directors and the Chief Executive Officer, who are often required to respond to legal claims and appeal with respect to firearm authorization in their individual capacities. The authority is also challenged in effectively carrying out its daily business operations. Some new functions have been added to the responsibility of the authority to include A, establishing and maintaining a register of approved brokers and their activities, since broking has now been introduced as an activity. B, causing in accordance with this act the marking of firearms and maintaining records in relation to such marking. That is the Firearm Licensing Authority, and they do have in their presence already the required machinery to mark legal firearms in Jamaica with that identifiable mark, that is Jamaican identification mark, in addition to the manufacturer's marking. C, conducting ballistic testing, capturing ballistic signatures in the relation to privately owned firearms, and capturing related information with respect to firearms that are subject of authorization granted by the board. That means all legal firearms will have the ballistic signature on the age of the Firearms Licensing Authority and the registry. That will be established. The provisions of the second schedule detail the constitution and other matters related to the authority. Important, it is noted that the authority is comprised of a board of directors, the chief executive officer, and such staff as are appointed pursuant to the schedule. An important distinction, therefore, is the separation of the board of directors of the authority from the authority itself, with function and powers of the board of directors outlined in clause 22 and the third schedule, and include overseeing the general administration of the authority and considering applications made under clause 57 of the firearm authorizations, granting, renewing, suspending, revoking, and cancelling authorization as the case may require. Clause 23 outlines the role and function of the CO, who shall be responsible for day-to-day management and operations of the authority. Part 4 of the bill, clause 27 to 55, sets out the restrictions in respect of firearms and ammunition. This portion of the bill, Madam Speaker, would govern what are the restricted activities principally related to firearms that are a part of the regulated framework. I will highlight some brand new and important inclusion of the framework. Clause 28 sets out a requirement for the minister to prescribe a national firearm control system and firearm control list. This provision, while administrative, is an important step towards Jamaica achieving its international obligation under the Arms Trade Treaty. 31, the requirement for all firearms to be marked is included at clause 29. With the introduction of this provision, a firearm imported into, exported from, transited or transshipped through or manufactured in Jamaica must bear the mark of the manufacturer and include country of manufacture, name of manufacturer, date of manufacture, serial number, type, make, and model, as well as caliber of the firearm. This new provision also satisfies Jamaica's international obligations under Firearms Protocol. Madam Speaker, it is vital for firearms to be marked with information that is essential for tracing and verifying the history and movement of the firearm itself. This prevents the firearms from leaving the official system and entering the black market. Clause 30 prescribes under what conditions and addition of modification of a mark may occur. Notwithstanding the prohibition of clause 16, the addition or modification of a mark on a firearm not only be done to correct evidence errors, to facilitate the deployment of government-owned firearms or during the course of an investigation for evidentiary purposes. 31, clause 31 sets out the responsibility for capturing of ballistic signature and other information in relation to firearms. In accordance with 31.1, the Institute is responsible, the Legal Institute, Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, is responsible for capturing ballistic signatures for firearms, the property of the government of Jamaica, and the authority for privately owned firearms is set out at 31.2. Important, the clause 32 establishes a requirement on all importers to cause firearms to be delivered to the authority for the affixation of the appropriate mark and the recording of information relating to the firearm. As noted at 32.2, if a person fails to deliver such a firearm to be marked, he commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding $5 million or 5 years imprisonment. Madam Speaker, the capturing of ballistic signature plays an important role in criminal investigation, as every firearm tells a story. The information required to depict their story can be obtained from both the exterior and interior of the firearms. The ballistic lob, the ballistic lab at the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine has been playing a very crucial role in apprehending and providing the evidence to convict the users and perpetrators of criminal activity with firearms. Clause 33 sets out the restriction on trafficking in firearms and ammunition without the appropriate authorization. The provision prohibits persons knowingly trafficking in any firearms, ammunition, or other category of conventional arms into or out of Jamaica, or through or across Jamaica to another country, without the appropriate firearm authorization to do so pursuant to this bill. A penalty of imprisonment for life with a mandatory term of imprisonment of 15 years before becoming eligible for parole is established under this provision. Clause 40 outlines the restriction in dealing in firearms and ammunition. The provision highlights the circumstances for dealing wherein if a person is in possession of 2 or more firearms or 20 or more rounds of ammunition without the appropriate firearm authorization shall be presumed to be in such possession for the purpose of dealing in firearms or ammunition. Provision further sets out Section 4, no person within Jamaica shall accept as authorized by a firearm authorization granted under Section 58, A, being the owner, occupier, or person in charge of any premises, receptacle, or conveyance, use the premises, receptacle, or conveyance for, I, the manufacture or storage of any firearm or ammunition, or trafficking in any firearm or ammunition, or knowingly permit such premises, receptacle, or conveyance to be used or B, provide financial or any other type of support to facilitate an activity listed in paragraph A1 or 2. 5, a person who contravenes subsection 4 commits a felony and shall on conviction and indictment before circuit court be sentenced to imprisonment for life. Madam Speaker, clause 45 sets out that no person shall be in possession of a firearm or ammunition without the appropriate firearm authorization granted under Part 5 of the Act. A person who contravenes the provision, this provision is liable on conviction before parish court to a fine not exceeding $5 million or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, and the circuit court with imprisonment for life. The bill establishes also at 45.3 that any firearm or ammunition carried in pass by 2 or more persons in company of each person shall be deemed to be in the possession of a firearm or ammunition. Each person shall be deemed to be in possession of a firearm or the ammunition.
The Minister's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Minister's time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question before the House is that the Minister's time be extended sufficiently to allow him to conclude his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Dr. Chan?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. This is important. This will deal with the, sorry, just to end the clause, this will deal with organized crimes in terms of 45, where it will deal with organized groups who are in concert by carrying, who act in concert by carrying firearms and ammunition in parts, working together. 37, well, it is important to note that clause 46 outlines the circumstance under which an individual would not be deemed to be an unauthorized person of a firearm, which includes if such firearm or ammunition is the property of the government of Jamaica and the person is authorized to be in possession. Also, if the person is a personal representative of the estate of a deceased person, that deceased person shall hold a firearm authorization, or if the person came into possession in the capacity as an auctioneer, bailiff, or assistant bailiff of a court. Madam Speaker, clause 48 imposes a requirement for a license holder to conceal and not intentionally expose his firearm. And clause 51 sets out restriction on discharge of firearms. The circumstance under which such a person may discharge a firearm are set out as subsection clause 1 and includes A, in the lawful protection of his person or property or of the person or property of some other person. B, in lawful shooting of a trespassing animal. C, under the written authorization of the authority. Or D, as otherwise permitted under any other law. The penalty for contravening this provision is a fine of $3 million or a term of imprisonment of 3 years in the parish court. Madam Speaker, as license holders, you must be held to the highest standard, and there have been too many instances of licensed firearm holders recklessly participating in gun salutes. This will be a significant breach. Clause 52 sets out the duty to deliver up firearms and ammunition to the police immediately should one come into possession of such firearm, with a penalty of $3 million and 3 years imprisonment before the parish court for failure to do so. Meanwhile, Clause 53 and 54 sets out duty in respect of a lost or stolen firearm and to report such loss or theft or knowledge of location of lost or stolen firearms to the police forthwith. A license holder who fails to report lost or stolen firearm is liable on conviction for a parish court to $5 million or 5 years imprisonment, and failure to report location of lost or stolen firearm is a fine of $3 million or 3 years imprisonment. Part 5 of the bill, Clause 56 to 72, outlines the provision in respect of firearm authorization granted under the Act. It also treats the obligation of the holder of a firearm authorization and the circumstances for the suspension, revocation, and cancellation of a firearm authorization. Madam Speaker, the bill before us has expanded the licensing regime to ensure that the framework aligns with the evolving firearm industry and current realities. In this regard, the bill includes several new authorizations that will be granted whether by the authority, Clause 57, or by the Minister, Clause 67. These include new authorization that will be granted to the authority: A, firearm broker's license; B, firearm user's business license; C, firearm shooting range license; D, gun club license; E, firearm trainer's license; F, antique firearm collector's license, which you had nothing before; G, firearm range operator's license; H, firearm user's secondary certificate; I, firearm user's special certificate; and J, firearm user's permit for minors. The authorization that will be granted by the Minister is firearm transit permit, firearm distribution authorization, and firearm destruction authorization. I apologize. And C, ammunition destruction authorization. Clause 58 sets out the types of firearm for which the board may grant authorization to include only 2A, shotguns; B, revolvers; self-loading pistols; and rifles not of a type or caliber prescribed by the Minister by order published in the Gazette. Clause 58 also sets out the condition under which a firearm authorization may be granted. Importantly, no firearm authorization shall be granted to a person below the age of 21 years, anyone who is a restricted person, anyone charged with an offense involving domestic violence, or of whom the board has reasonable cause to believe is of intemperate habits, or has a history of mental health issues or drug or substance abuse. Clauses 73 to 82 outlines the obligation of the holders of a firearm authorization to include requirements to register each year, Clause 73, and as part of this process, take the firearm in for inspection, duty to safely store firearm and ammunition, Clause 74, contravention of which is an offense attracting a penalty of $5 million or 5 years in parish court. The requirement for a relevant license to maintain records and to make returns to the authority is such format as prescribed in Clause 76, and failure to keep records or knowingly make a false entry in record carries a penalty of $3 million or 3 years imprisonment and conviction for a parish court. Clause 83 sets out the circumstances under which an authorization may be suspended, such as for public safety. And Clause 84 deals with revocation and notes that an authorization may be revoked if the holder is convicted of an offense in Jamaica or another country if the holder breaches any term and condition of a license. Clause 85 sets out the circumstances in which a firearm authorization becomes void or may be cancelled. The bill provides that the authority may, without prejudice to the holder, cancel firearm authorization granted on the request of the holder, the death of the holder, or whereby the relevant authority requires any amendment or discover any error in the issuing of the firearm authorization is necessary to correct such an error. Part 6 of the bill sets out the procedure of appeals. Clause 86 establishes the appeals review panel And the 5th schedule details the Constitution and matters relating to procedures of the panel. This review panel replaced the review board in the Principal Act in accordance with 861. An appeal may be made to the review panel within the prescribed time and in the prescribed manner by a person agreed by a decision of the board. A, granting or refusing to grant a firearm authorization other than a firearm manufacturer's license. Amending or refusing to amend a firearm authorization. C, suspending or refusing to suspend a firearm authorization, or revoking or refusing to revoke a firearm authorization. The panel now sits as the final authority on such matters, but of course, any person wrong can always go to the courts of the land. Clause 87 provides that upon appeal being received, the review panel shall, after hearing the parties in the appeal, either confirm the decision of the board, refer the matter back to the board for a fresh decision to be made or make such decision. It's important to note here, Madam Speaker, that the Minister no longer has a role in this appeal process. The letters can stop coming. Right? Part 7, clauses 88 and 89 outline the provisions relating to the establishment of a national firearms registry in accordance with 88.1. This registry is at the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine. The director of the institute shall, as soon as practicable, after the earliest appointed day under Section 1, establish, maintain, and operate in accordance with this Act, for and on behalf of the Government of Jamaica, a data bank to be known as the National Firearms Registry. All firearms in the regulated sector will so have their required markings and data stored at the Firearms Registry. Government firearms will go directed to the registry, while private firearms will come through the Firearms Licensing Authority. The Firearms Registry will be central repository data bank, that is, for the storage of records, information for government and civilian firearms and ammunition in Jamaica. The Firearms Registry is aimed at, inter alia, facilitating access to data to assist criminal investigation, executive decision in the interest of our national security and research. The registry will maintain records related to all firearms authorization, to include firearm ownership, firearm marks, and ballistic profile and import, export, transit, transshipment permits. The information in the registry will not be available to the public. In addition, the registrar may provide reports to the authority, the court, a law enforcement agency, or central authority, that is the DPP, pursuant to an approved request under the Mutual Assistance Criminal Matters Act. Part 8, Clause 90 to 96, sets out the powers of search, seizure, and to obtain information. Clause 95 outlines the circumstances under which a firearm and ammunition may be retained. For example, where a person is arrested for an offense under the Act. Clause 96 outlines the forfeiture procedure in respect of firearms and ammunition. Part 9, Clause 97 to 102, deals with provisions in respect of offenses. Several new provisions included at Clause 97, which establishes a fixed penalty regime. This provides for the authority to serve a person with a fixed penalty notice if the authority has reason to believe that the person committed an offense to which this section applies. These offenses are limited to Section 77(2), failure to display license required, or Section 78, contravention on terms and conditions of a firearm authorization, or any other offense described under subsection 10. These, therefore, is including, as I said, fixed penalties for certain offenses which were formerly criminalized. Attempt, Madam Speaker, is to avoid criminalizing the licensed firearm holder on all offenses. Someone who has gone through the process of not only getting the authorization and, in fact, going through the various processes and due diligence required to get the authorization. And they may make a simple error, but they need to be reminded that the firearm carries a certain responsibility, but they'll be given a fixed penalty charge, such as, for example, exposing it unnecessarily in a public space. Clause 98 provides for the utilization of a controlled delivery, which is allowing for illicit or suspect consignments of firearms, ammunition, prohibited weapons or related materials or substances substituted for them to pass through or into Jamaica with the knowledge under the supervision of a competent authority with a view to identifying persons involved in the commission of any offense under the Act. It's an important part of investigation where when intelligence is adequate and early, the required law enforcement agency is permitted legally to substitute the weapons being traded for those that, for maybe those fake weapons, but the delivery will be done with instruments to be very close to the real thing, and we then might be able to identify and apprehend the individuals involved in the trafficking and trade of firearms, as has been done on a number of occasions. Of course, to leave the actual firearm poses a risk that you fail to apprehend. As that also happens on occasion, then the firearms get into the trade, illegal trade, and become part of a threat risk to society. This provision, Madam Speaker, is believed should aid in successful prosecution of firearm trafficking offences. It is noted in accordance with 98(2) that evidence obtained by a competent authority through a controlled delivery operation shall be admissible in evidence in proceedings of an offence under the Act. Clause 99 outlines the circumstances that may be regarded in determining fines and sentencing, including whether an offender has been previously convicted of a firearm-related offence, or whether the offender is convicted in connection with the commission of an offence under the Act in an area declared to be a zone of special operation or a state of public emergency. Clause 102 provides that a person who assaults, obstructs, hinders or resists or uses any threatening language to an authorized officer executing any function that commits an offence and shall be liable on summary conviction, therefore, before a parish court for a fine not exceeding $1 million on default or payment of that fine to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. So when approached by an inspector from the FLA or by a police officer and you become unnecessarily abusive in the conduct of his duty, it is an offence. One has to avoid the emotional outbursts when you're carrying a firearm, whatever stage you're in. Part 10, clauses 103 to 117, has the miscellaneous provisions and speaks to, for example, a new power of the authority to auction firearms or ammunition that are clause 103. Clause 117 provides for the consequential amendment to other pieces of legislation set out in the 7th schedule, which will take place pursuant to the enactment of this legislation. These include, and I will outline as we conclude, amendment to Section 42C of the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which will include specific reference to a prohibited offence under the Firearms Act, whereby offences concerning prohibited weapons and prohibited activities should not be automatically reduced by virtue of a guilty plea. Pursuant to the consequential amendment to Section 42C of the Criminal Justice Administration Act, offences under Part 2 of the bill would not be included in that section. Consequently, where an offender pleads guilty to an offence listed under Part 2 of the bill, they will not benefit from a plea agreement in furtherance of a reduced sentence. Notwithstanding the foregoing amendment, Section 42K1 of the Criminal Justice Administration Act makes allowance for a case in which the sentencing judge, who having regard to the particular circumstances of a case and opines that it would be manifestly excessive and unjust to sentence the offender to the prescribed minimum sentence under Part 2 of the bill, may issue a certificate to the offender so as to allow him or her to seek leave to appeal from a judge of the Court of Appeal against the sentence. The first part of this, Madam Speaker, is that there will be no plea bargaining unless the individual, as I said here, will be of assistance to the Crown by providing additional information in relation to other firearms. The second paragraph I read will, of course, allow for the issuing of a certificate where there might be a case where the judge believed that the sentence was in fact excessive because error might have been made or someone might have had a firearm inadvertently. Notwithstanding the punitive regime being reinforced here, there is still an avenue for a leave to the appeal process. Section 5 of the Criminal Justice Plea Negotiation Agreement Act will provide for the imposition of a lesser sentence only in instances where the accused provides information that may assist the Crown in prevention, detection, or investigation of and proceedings relating to firearm offence or any other offence. It's a part of the new feature, an amendment, which suggests, as I said before, if the person seeks to get a lesser sentence by plea bargaining, they must provide assistance to the Crown by providing information that will lead to the apprehension or detection of firearms or others involved in criminal activity using firearms. This will encourage offenders to provide critical information to support the state in tackling the proliferation of illicit firearms and other transnational organized criminal activities. This should, of course, be an ode to for those who might have been given a firearm and by, should I say, without their willing acceptance. The consequent amendments made to the Offences Against the Person Act will increase penalty provisions for Section 13, 16, and 17 by including a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years for offences involving the use of a firearm. In addition, under Section 22, the mandatory sentence has been increased from 15 years to 20 years in keeping with the proposed penalty regime in the current bill. Amendment to Section 2 of the Gun Code Act to account for the new definition of firearm as outlined under the current bill. In addition, a new definition will be introduced for firearm offences, which will include any offence under the bill other than an offence in relation to confidentiality clause 105, or any other offence involving a firearm and in which the offender's possession thereof is contrary to provision of the bill treating with unauthorized possession. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to again thank the hard-working policy and legal teams from the Ministry of National Security, the JCF, Firearms Licensing Authority, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, as well as the teams at the Attorney General's Chambers, the Legal Reform Department, and the technical team and the committee clerk from the House of Parliament. In addition, we had the Jamaica Defence Force, who made significant contribution, their legal team, the Minister of Justice, under which the Legal Reform Department then offered, and many members of the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Legal Affairs, the many members of the private sector who made submissions from the private sector, and I repeat, all the members of your committee, Madam Speaker, including members on the other side, who made significant contribution, gave up their time willingly, and at one stage I thought quite grueling in the last round in order to get this bill here. Unfortunately, I know they have submitted a minority report, but they made a significant contribution at all times, and that's appreciated by the government. We have a philosophical difference on one issue, understood. As the elected official, we can have policy difference with the opposition, but they can't. Philosophical. We are committed to our policy, and it's our privilege so to do. But they did participate fully in the activity, and we appreciate that. And we look forward to their support as we take the bill to its final stages in the House. To the members of the Joint Select Committee, Madam Speaker, to your Select Committee, thank you for the invaluable contribution. In fact, in the last leg, I think I counted, we did 26 sessions in 15 days. And it may sound, but what it meant, Madam Speaker, is that, in particular, the Parliamentary Council, Attorney General, the legal team and the policy units were working together overnight to make corrections, additions, and as required by the committee. And I think they responded extremely well to what the government considers a very critical and important bill in providing the tools to the police to fight criminal activity in Jamaica, which is a clear and present danger to the public safety and to the state as it is at this stage. Notwithstanding, therefore, the mandate report that was tabled by the opposition members of the committee, I look forward to their support of all the members of this Honourable House in approving this bill as we come to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll move for. No.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chang.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask to suspend the debate until tomorrow, 2 o'clock.
Question before the House is that the debate will be suspended until tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And may I remind us all that we start at 2 and we continue as a Parliament until the business of the day is completed. So I look forward to seeing you all. Question is that the House be adjourned. House Leader, sorry.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. I therefore move that the House be adjourned until 2 p.m. Tomorrow, September 7th, at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Question before the House is that the House to adjourn until tomorrow at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Long time, girl, me never see you. Come let me hold your hand. It is a long time, girl, me never see you. Come let me hold your hand. Feel head jump on, sit down for treetop, pick up the blossom. Let me hold your hand, girl. Let me hold your hand. All right, it's some music. Wait on, dear little. Aye. Now you see that.